Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 350. Kahlan had told him that in her life there had never been a wizard with enough power to pass these shields. Wizards had tried but failed. The wizards living and working in the keep as Kahlan was growing up simply didn't have the magic required to enter this part of it. Zed was the first wizard. No one had been in the first wizard's enclave since before Kahlan and Richard were born, when Zed had left the Midlands. Kahlan had said that these shields exerted more magic as you got closer, that they made your hair stand on end and made it difficult to breathe. She had also said that if a person didn't have enough magic of their own, just getting too close to the shields could be deadly. Richard didn't discount in the slightest what she had said, but he had need to go in there. Kahlan had also said that to enter required placing your hand on the cold metal plate beside the door, something no wizard she knew had ever been able to do. Richard had encountered shields like this one at the Palace of the Prophets, ones passed by touching a metal plate, but as far as he knew, none of those were potentially deadly. He had been able to pass those shields, and he had been able to pass others in the keep that required magic only he possessed, so he reasoned that he might be able to pass this one. He needed to get in there. Berdine rubbed her arms, distressed by the tingle of the magic. "Are you sure you aren't tired? You rode all that way." "It wasn't that hard a ride," Richard said. "I'm not tired." He was too worried to rest. He had thought Kahlan would be back by now. He had been sure he would find her back home when he returned from Mount Kymramos. She should have been back by now. But she wasn't. He would wait only until morning. "I still don't think we should be doing this," Berdine muttered. "How is your foot? I don't think you should be on it." Richard finally looked down at her. She was pressed up against his left side. Raina was pressed to his right. Each held her aegil in her fist. "My foot is just fine, thank you." He shifted his body to force them away a bit to give himself breathing room. "I only need one of you. No loss of face if you wish to remain here. Raina can go if you don't want to." Berdine scowled up at him. "I didn't say I wasn't going. I said you shouldn't be doing it." "I have to. It wasn't anywhere else. It has to be here. I was told that important things, things not meant to be seen by just anyone, were kept in the first wizard's enclave." Berdine rolled her shoulders, easing the tension in her muscles. "If you insist on going, then I'm going too. I'll not let you walk in there without me." "Raina?" he asked. "I don't need both of you. Do you want to wait here?" Raina gave him a dark, moored Sith glare in answer. "All right, then. Now listen to me. I know that the shields here are dangerous, but that's all I know about them. They may not be like the others I've taken you through. I have to touch that metal plate down there on the wall. I want you two to wait here while I go see if I have the proper magic to open the door. If it opens, then you both can come the rest of the way." "This isn't a trick, is it?" Raina asked. "You tricked us one other time to keep us out, to keep us from going where there was danger. Moored Sith are not afraid of danger." The wind lifted his gold cloak. "No, Raina, it's not a trick. This is important, but I don't want either of you risking your lives needlessly. If I can open the door, then I promise to take you both with me. Satisfied?" Both women nodded. Richard gave them each an appreciative squeeze on the shoulder. He absently adjusted the metal bands on his wrists as he gazed at the towering bastion waiting at the end of the rampart. A cold wind buffeted him as he started across. He could feel the pressure of the shield, like the weight of water when you swam toward the bottom of a pond. The fine hairs at the back of his neck stiffened as he progressed. The pressure made it difficult but not impossible to draw a breath, as Kahlan had said she had experienced. 6 immense columns of variegated red stone stood to each side of the gold-clad door, holding up a protruding entablature of dark stone. The architrave was decorated with brass plaques. As Richard approached it, he recognized some of their symbols as the same ones on his wristbands, belt, and boot pins. The frieze held round metal discs with other of the more circular symbols. The more linear of symbols he wore were also carved into the stone of the cornice. Seeing the symbols he recognized reassured him, even though he didn't know their meaning. He wore these things by obligation, duty, and right. He was born to them, that much he knew. Why, he didn't know. Even if he wished, it could be otherwise. It wasn't. He was a war wizard. Distracted by the uncomfortable pressure and tingling of the shields, he reached the door almost before he realized it. The door was at least 12 feet tall and a good 4 feet wide, gold-clad and embellished in the same symbolic motifs. Embossed in the center was the more prominent of the symbols he wore. 2 rough triangles with a sinuous double line running around and through them. Richard rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword as he fingered the symbol with his other hand, tracing its oval, undulating outer margin. With the act of touching it, tracing it, following its pattern, he understood. The spirits who had used the Sword of Truth before him passed their knowledge on to him as he used the sword, but they didn't always convey that knowledge in words. In the heat of combat, there wasn't always time. Sometimes it came to him in images, symbols, these symbols. This one on the door, like the ones on his wristbands, was a kind of dance used for fighting when outnumbered. It conveyed a sense of the movements of the dance, movements without form, the dance with death. It made sense. He wore the outfit of a war wizard. Richard had learned from Kolo's journal that in Kolo's time, the first wizard, named Baracus, had also been a war wizard, as was Richard. These symbols had meaning to a war wizard. Much as a tailor painted shears on his window, or a tavern sign had a mug on it, or a blacksmith nailed up horseshoes, or a weapons maker displayed knives, these symbols were signs of his craft, bringing death. Richard realized that his fear had vanished. He stood in the wizard's keep, which had always before set his nerves on edge and worse, stood now before the most restricted and protected place in the keep, yet he felt calm. He touched a starburst symbol on the door. This symbol was an admonition. Keep your vision all-inclusive, never allowing it to lock on any one thing. That was the meaning of the starburst symbol. Look everywhere at once. See nothing to the exclusion of all else. Don't allow the enemy to direct your vision, or you will see what he wishes you to see. He will then come at you as you become bewildered looking for his attack, and you will lose. Instead, your vision must open to all there is, never settling, even when cutting. Know your enemy's moves by instinct, not by waiting to see them. To dance with death meant to know the enemy's sword and its speed without waiting to see it. Dancing with death meant being one with the enemy, without looking fixedly, so that you could kill him. Dancing with death meant being committed to killing, committed with your heart and soul. Dancing with death meant that you were the incarnation of death, come to reap the living. Berdine's voice drifted across the rampart. Lord Raoul? Richard looked over his shoulder. What? What's wrong? Berdine shifted her weight to her other foot. Well, are you all right? You've been standing there for a long time, staring at the door. Are you all right? Richard wiped a hand across his face. Yes, I'm fine. I was just looking at the things written on the door, that's all. He turned and, without thinking, slapped his hand to the cold metal plate in the polished gray granite wall. Kahlan had told him it was said that to touch that metal plate was like touching the cold, dead heart of the keeper himself. The metal plate warmed. The gold door silently swung inward. Dim light came from beyond. Richard took a careful step into the doorway. Like a wick on a lamp being slowly turned up, the dim light coming from inside brightened. He took another step, and the light brightened more. He scanned the inside as he motioned the 2 waiting moored Sith forward. Whatever magic prevented people from approaching apparently was now withdrawn. Berdine and Raina walked to him without any difficulty. That wasn't so bad, Raina said. I didn't feel anything. So far, so good, Richard said. Inside, there were glass spheres, about a hand width in diameter, set atop green marble pedestals against the wall to his left and right. Richard had seen glass spheres similar to these before down in the lower reaches of the keep. Like those, these too provided light. The inside of the first wizard's enclave was an immense cavern of ornate stonework. 4 columns of polished black marble at least 10 feet in diameter formed a square that supported arches just beyond the outer edges of a central dome dotted by a high ring of windows. Between each pair of columns, a wing ran off from the vast central chamber. He noticed that much of the stonework repeated the palm leaf pattern that adorned the gold capitals atop the black marble column. The polish of the marble was so high that it reflected images like glass. Finely worked wrought iron sconces, decorated with the same palm leaf pattern, held candles. Fluidly worked iron formed railings at the edge of the expansive sunken central floor. This was not the sinister lair Richard expected. This was a place of grand splendor to match any he had seen. The place was so beautiful that it left him awestruck. The wing in which the three of them stood, the entry hall, appeared to be by far the smallest of the four wings. 6-foot-tall white marble pedestals marched in a long double row beside the walkway laid with a long red carpet over a gold-flecked dark brown marble floor. Richard wouldn't have been able to touch fingers were he to put his arms around one of the pedestals. The ribbed barrel ceiling, 30 feet overhead, made the fat pedestals look minuscule. Sitting atop some of the pedestals were objects Richard recognized: ornate knives, gems set in brooches or at the ends of gold-worked chains, a silver chalice, filigree bowls, and delicately worked boxes. Some sat on squares of cloth trimmed with gold or silver embroidery, others on stands carved from burled wood. Other pedestals held contorted objects that made no sense to him. He would have sworn that they changed shape when he looked at them. He decided it would be best not to look directly at such things of magic, and warned the other two. The distant wing opposite them, across the central area under the huge dome, ended at a round-topped window that had to be 30 feet tall. Before the window was a huge table piled with a clutter of objects: glass jars, bowls, and coiled tubes, a massive but simple iron candelabrum covered with ages of wax, stacks of scrolls, several human skulls, and a chaos of smaller items Richard couldn't make out from such a distance. The floor all around the table was similarly cluttered, along with things stacked up and leaning against the table. The wing to the right was dark. Richard felt uncomfortable even looking in that direction. He heeded the warning and looked to the left. In that wing, he saw books, thousands of them. "There," Richard said as he gestured to the left. "That's what we're here for. Remember what I told you. Don't touch anything." He glanced at them both as they looked about with wide eyes. "I mean it. I don't know how to save you if you get in trouble touching something in here." Both pairs of eyes looked back at him. "We remember," Verdine said. "We know better than to tempt magic," Raina said. "We're just looking around, that's all. We wouldn't touch anything." "Good. But I suggest that you don't even look at anything either, except what we need to look at. For all I know, simply looking at something in here could trigger its magic." "Do you think?" Raina asked in astonishment. "What I think is that I'd rather not find out after it's too late. Come on, let's get this over with so we can get out of here." Oddly, even though he had said the words and knew they made sense, he didn't really feel like leaving. As potentially dangerous as he knew the place to be, he found that he liked the First Wizard's Enclave. Verdine smirked. "Lord Raoul fears magic as much as we do." "You're wrong, Verdine. I know a little about magic." He started down the red carpet. "I fear it more." 10 broad steps at the end led down into the central area. An expanse of cream-colored marble covered the floor. A border of darker brown marble ran around the floor near the edge. When Richard reached the bottom step and his foot touched the floor, it hummed and began to glow. He quickly retreated back up onto the red carpet. The glow extinguished. "What now?" Raina asked. He pried her fingers from his arm. "Did either of you put your foot to the floor?" They both shook their heads. "Try." As Richard waited on the step, Verdine gingerly tried to test the marble. She withdrew her foot. "I can't. Something stops my foot before I can get it on the floor." Richard stepped out onto the marble again. Again, it glowed and hummed. "It must be a shield, then. Here, take my hand and try again." Holding Richard's hand, Verdine was able to step onto the marble with him. Raina took his other hand and followed. "All right," he said. "Since it's some kind of shield, don't let go of my hand while we're on this part. We don't know what would happen. For all I know, if you let go of my hand, you could fry like bacon on a griddle." Their grips on his hands tightened. As they stepped onto the steps up to the wing with the books, the floor went silent. Without Richard to hold their hands on the way out, they would be trapped inside this place, unable to return across the central floor. The wing with the books wasn't the kind of library he had expected. There were rows of shelves, but they were in disarray, with books stacked every which way. Chunks of rock served as bookends for the few standing upright among the disorder. Here and there, books were in piles, as if someone had pulled them from the shelves and simply tossed them in a heap. Most were closed, but a significant number lay open, some face up, some face down. But that wasn't the biggest surprise. Everywhere, it seemed, there were books stacked up on the floor. A few stacks were short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, but many more were tall pillars of books. Some of the irregular stacks towered 12 or 14 feet. They looked as if the mere act of breathing could make them topple. The columns of books were everywhere, creating a maze. Richard couldn't fathom the reason for the books being stacked in such disarray, but the mystery of it made him sweat. Richard took an arm of each woman. My grandfather told me that there were books in the keep that were extremely dangerous. Kahlan told me that the most dangerous things were kept in here, where no one could get to them, not even the wizard she knew. Berdine shot him a look. You mean you think that the books themselves could be dangerous? Not just the information in them, but the actual books? Richard thought of the description of a book that Sister Amelia had used to start the plague. I'm not sure, but we had better treat them as such. Look, but don't touch. Berdine's brow drew down with a dubious frown. Lord Thrall, there must be thousands of books I can see just standing here. There are bound to be more down the aisle. It will take us weeks to find the one we want, if it's even here. Richard took a deep breath. Berdine was right. He hadn't expected to find so many books in here. He thought the libraries held most of the books, and there would only be a few in here. If you want to be out of here before dark, we don't have long, Raina said. We might as well come back tomorrow and get an early start. Richard was beginning to feel intimidated by the task ahead. We'll just have to stay after dark. We'll stay all night if we have to. Raina rolled her aegil in her fingers. If you say so, Lord Thrall. Richard's heart sank as he stood staring at the forest of books. He needed information, not to search for one leaf in a forest. If only he could use magic to find that one leaf. He idly adjusted the bands at his wrist. Under his fingers, he felt the starburst pattern on one of them. Look without fixing your sight. I have an idea, he said. Wait here, I'll be right back. Richard returned to the pillars. He went to one that held a crackled glass bowl upon a large square of black cloth. What good is that going to do? Raina asked, when he came back holding the cloth out for them. There's too much to see. I'm going to use this as a blindfold, so I won't see all the things I don't want to see. Berdine's face twisted with incredulity. If you're blindfolded, then how are you going to see the thing we're looking for? With magic. I'm going to try to let my gift guide me. Sometimes it works that way, through need. All these books are too confusing. If I'm blindfolded, I won't see them, and I'll be able to feel the one I'm looking for. At least, that's what I hope. Raina gazed out over all the books. Well, you are the Lord Thrall. You have magic. If it has a chance of getting us out of spending the night in here, then I say do it. Richard placed the black cloth over his eyes and began tying its tails behind his head. Just guide me and keep me from touching anything. Don't forget what I said about you two not touching anything either. Don't worry about us, Lord Thrall, Raina said. We're not about to touch anything. When he finished tying the blindfold over his eyes, Richard turned his head this way and that, testing to make sure that he couldn't see. He rubbed a finger over the starburst on his wristband. His world was pitch black. He sought the inner peace, the inner calm, where dwelled his gift. If the plague was started by magic from the Temple of the Winds, then maybe they had a chance to halt it. If he did nothing, then untold thousands of people were going to die. He needed that book. He thought about the boy he had watched die, about the little girl, Lily, who told him about the Sister of the Dark showing her the book. That was how the plague started. He knew it was. That precious child had the tokens on her. Richard hadn't inquired, but he knew that she, at least, would be dead by now. He couldn't bear to inquire. He needed that book. He put a foot out. Nudge me with your fingers if I'm about to run into anything. Try not to talk, but if you must, don't be afraid to speak up. He felt their fingers lightly touch his arm as he stepped forward. They guided him with that touch, keeping him from colliding with the towering stacks of books as he waded deeper into the maze. Richard didn't know what it was he should feel. He didn't know if it was magic, a hunch, or his imagination guiding him. By the way he seemed to be winding up and down aisles and snaking through the stacks, he feared it was no more than his imagination. He tried to ignore the things that kept his thoughts skipping about and running in every direction. He tried to concentrate on the book and his need to find it. Thinking of the sick children, he was able to focus better. They needed him. They were helpless. Richard felt himself jerk to a halt. He wondered why. He turned left when he expected that he was going to turn right. It had to be the gift. With that thought, his thoughts scattered in every direction again. He focused once more. The two moored Sith forcibly snatched his arm to halt him. He understood. Another step and he would have collided with a stack. Wondering which way he would be turned, he found himself squatting instead. His arm lifted, and he reached out. "Careful," Verdine whispered. "It's a big irregular stack. Be careful, or you'll knock it over." Richard nodded, not wanting to distract himself by answering with words. He was concentrating on feeling the object of his need. He felt it near. His fingers lightly brushed the books running down the stack, touching the bindings of some and the pages of others because they were turned around the other way. His fingers stopped on a binding. "This one." He tapped the leather binding. "This one. What does it say?" Verdine propped a hand on his thigh to support herself as she leaned in. "It's High de Haran. Something about the Temple of the Winds. Tagenricht, Ost, Fuermos, Velachendrik, nicht geschlechten." Temple of the Winds, Inquisition, and Trial, Richard translated in a whisper. "We found it." Chapter 47. "Breathe," the Sliff said. Kahlan let go the silken essence and pulled a deep breath of the alien air. The dim world of the Sliff's well down in the keep whirled around her. Stone of the walls and floor finally settled in her vision. The dome overhead seemed to slow its spinning. Something unexpected waited in the Sliff's room. Tilted back in the chair with her feet propped up on the table sat a figure in red leather. Kahlan sat down, dangling her feet over the edge of the stone wall to gather her senses. The front legs of the chair thunked down. "Well, well, the wandering Mother Confessor returns at last." Kahlan hopped down onto the floor. She almost lost her footing with the way it seemed to twist and tilt. "Kara, what are you doing down here?" Kara gripped Kahlan under her arm. "You better sit down until you regain your feet." "I'm all right." Kahlan glanced over her shoulder to the silver face behind her. "Thank you, Sliff." "Do you wish to travel?" The Sliff's haunting voice echoed off the walls and dome overhead for a long moment. "No, I've had enough traveling for the time being. I'm going to stay here." "When you wish to travel, call me and we will travel. You will be pleased." "I don't know about that," Kahlan muttered, as the Sliff seemed to melt back into her well. "She's a spooky companion to have down here," Kara said. "She invited me to travel with her, too, and then told me I didn't have the magic required. She comes and stares at me with that eerie smile." "Kara, what are you doing down here?" Kara leaned Kahlan back against the Sliff's well. She gave Kahlan the strangest look as she shook her head to herself. "When Lord Rahl read your letter, it didn't take him long to figure out what you had done. Verdine told him how you had brought us here to look for that book on the trial record. He came down here, but the Sliff wouldn't tell him where she had taken you. Lord Rahl said that now that he knew the Sliff was not sleeping, as he had thought, it wasn't safe to leave her alone. He said that others, like the sister and Marlin, could come through." Kahlan hadn't thought about that, about another one of Jagang's minions coming to Adendril through the Sliff. The Sliff seemed to have no loyalty. She would travel with anyone who had the required price of magic. "So Richard left you here?" "He said he couldn't remain down here all the time to guard the Sliff." Kara's chin lifted with pride. "He said that the moored Sith must guard the well at all times, since we have the power to stop someone with magic. The Lord Rahl has always used the moored Sith to protect him against magic." The wizards of old obviously had this same problem with the Sliff and had left wizards like Kolo down here to guard her. Kolo said that the enemy sometimes arrived suddenly by way of the Sliff, and that only the quick reactions of the one on guard had prevented disaster. You mean he brought you down here and just left you? No. He searched for hours until he found a way without magic so we could get down here on our own. He didn't want to have to bring each of us down here for our turn, and he didn't want us trapped down here either. We have to take shifts. I don't like it, because we should be close to Lord Rawl in order to guard him, not this silver thing. But I guess that we are guarding Lord Rawl by doing this, so I agreed to it. Kahlan found her feet steady at last. If we had known the Sliff was awake and had been guarding her before, then Marlin wouldn't have been able to come to try to assassinate Richard, and the sister wouldn't have been able to start the plague. Kahlan's chest constricted with a hot, cutting pang of regret. They could have prevented the whole thing. All the awful things she had learned would not be threatening her people, her world, and her love. The realization of the chance lost left her nauseous. Lord Rawl also wanted us to wait until your return from the witch woman, in case you needed help. Richard knew where I went? The Sliff wouldn't tell him, but he said he knew anyway. He said you went to the witch woman. He knew and he didn't chase after me? Kara pulled her long blonde braid over her shoulder. I was surprised, too. I asked him why he wouldn't go after you. He said that he loved you. He did not own you. Really? Richard said that? Yes. A smirk tightened Kara's lips. You are training him well, Mother Confessor. I approve. And then he kicked the chair. I think he hurt his foot, but he denies it. So Richard is angry with me? Kara rolled her eyes. Mother Confessor, this is Richard we are talking about. The man is full in love with you. He wouldn't be angry with you if you told him to marry Nadine instead of you. Kahlan swallowed at the renewed twist of pain. Why would you say that? Kara frowned. I only meant he could never be angry with you, no matter what. You were supposed to laugh, not jump like I had poked you with my agile. Mother Confessor, he loves you. He is worried sick, but he is not angry with you. What about kicking the chair? Kara stroked her long blonde braid and smirked again. He claimed the chair gave him just cause. I see. Kahlan couldn't seem to find pleasure in Kara's sense of humor. How long have I been gone? Not quite 2 days, and I expect you to tell me how you managed to slip past those Daharan guards out there by the bridge. It was snowing. They didn't see me. Kara didn't look to believe it. She was giving Kahlan that odd look again. And did you kill the witch woman? No. Kahlan changed the subject. What has Richard been doing while I was gone? Well, first he asked the Sliff to take him to the Temple of the Winds. But she said she didn't know that place and couldn't take him there, so he rode to Mount Chimermost. He went there? Kahlan snatched Kara's arm. What did he find? Nothing. He said that there was nothing to find. He said that if the Temple of the Winds was once there, it is now gone. Kahlan released Kara's arm. He went to Mount Chimermost and he's back already? You know Lord Rawl. When he gets something in his head, he charges after it. The men who went with him said they rode hard. They slept little and rode much of the night. Lord Rawl expected you to return last night and wanted to be back for you. When you did not return as expected, he paced and fretted, but still he did not go after you. Whenever he looked like he was about to change his mind, he read your letter again and went back to pacing instead. I guess my letter was a little strong, Kahlan said, as she glanced down at the floor. Lord Rawl showed it to me. Kara's face was unreadable. Sometimes it is necessary to threaten men, or they get to thinking that they are the ones who say what will be. You dissuaded him of that idea with your threat. I didn't threaten him. Kahlan thought that her tone sounded too much like a plea. Kara watched Kahlan's eyes for a moment. You are probably right. The chair must have given Lord Rawl cause, as he said. I did what I had to do. Richard would understand that. I guess I'd better go explain it to him. Kara gestured behind to the door. You just missed him. He was here not long ago. He came to see if I was back? He must be worried sick. Berdine told him about the book you were searching for. He came here and found it. Kahlan blinked in astonishment. He found it? But we looked. It wasn't there. How did he find it? He went to a place he called the First Wizard's Enclave and found it there. Kahlan's jaw dropped. He went in there? He went into the First Wizard's Enclave? Alone, without me? He shouldn't have gone there. That's a dangerous place. Really? Kara folded her arms. And of course you would never do anything so foolish as to get it in your head to go run off alone to a dangerous place. Maybe you should reprimand Lord Rawl for his impulsive behavior, since you are so prudent and above such reckless conduct yourself. The echo of Kara's voice lingered uncomfortably before it died out. Kahlan understood. Even though Richard did as she had asked by not coming after her, Kara had tried. Even though she didn't like magic, Kara had tried to go to protect Kahlan. Kara, she said in a meek voice, I'm sorry I tricked you too. Kara shrugged, but still showed no emotion. I am just a guard. You have no obligation to me. Yes, I do. You are not just a guard. You may be our protector, but you are more. I consider you my friend. You are a sister of the Aegil. I should have told you what I was doing, but I feared that if I did, Richard would be angry with you for not stopping me. I didn't want that. Kara said nothing. Still, she showed no emotion. Kahlan breached the uncomfortable silence. Kara, I'm sorry. I guess I was afraid you would try to stop me. I tricked you. You're a sister of the Aegil. I should have trusted you and taken you into my confidence. Please, Kara, I was wrong. I beg you forgive me. A smile finally spread on Kara's face. We are sisters of the Aegil. I forgive you. Kahlan managed a small smile. Do you think Richard will be as understanding as you? Kara let out an amused grunt. Well, you have better ways to persuade him to forgive you. It is not so difficult to melt a man's frown. I only wish I had good news so I could bring a smile to his face, but I don't. She paused at the doorway. What has Nadine been up to while I've been gone? Well, I've been down here guarding the Sliff much of the time. But from what I've seen, she has been giving the staff herbs to try to protect him and to use in smoking the palace. It's a good thing the place is made mostly of stone, or it would have been burned down by now. She has been conferring with Dreffen and helping him in talking to the staff and others who come for advice. Lord Rawl asked her to go out to visit herb sellers and such, to make sure they are not hucksters out to swindle people who are in fear for their lives. The city seems to be sprouting shameless mountebanks, the way the sudden warmth seems to be bringing green grass. Nadine also gives reports to Lord Rawl, but he has been gone much of the time, and as busy as she seems to be trying to help people, the visits since he returned are short. Kahlan tapped the side of her fist against the doorway. Thanks, Kara. She looked into the other's blue eyes. There are rats down here. Are you all right? There are worse things than rats. Indeed there are, Kahlan whispered. Chapter 48. It was late, and with the dark, people on the streets didn't recognize her. Without her usual escort of guards, they had no reason to give her a second look, no reason to suspect she was the Mother Confessor out among them. Just as well. There were some people who wished the Mother Confessor harm. Mostly people kept their distance from her, as they did with everyone else, hoping to keep the plague from themselves. As Kara had said, there were hucksters everywhere, hawking potions to ward off the plague, or to cure your loved ones already stricken. Others strolled the streets with trays, held up on straps over their shoulders, neatly laid out with amulets possessing magic to protect against the plague. Kahlan remembered seeing some of these same people not long ago selling the same amulets as magic to find a husband or wife, or to enthrall an unfaithful spouse. Old women with small carts or simple wooden stands sold carved, spell-invested plaques made to hang over the door to a home as a sure way to keep the plague from entering the house. As late as it was, business seemed brisk. Even the vendors selling meats and produce extolled the healthful virtues of their goods and their value in promoting continued health, if eaten regularly, of course. Kahlan would send the soldiers out to put a stop to some of these swindlers, but she knew that such intervention would likely be viewed with hostility on the part of the buyer. If she tried to use the army to stop such foolish practices, desperate people would concoct theories about those in power wanting to stop the cures so that the decent working folk would get the plague. Despite common sense or evidence to the contrary, many people believed that those in power were always scheming to harm them. if they only knew the truth. If Kahlan were to order the sale of these items stopped, the cures would be sold in secret and for a higher price. No matter how insupportable the claims of these cures, their benefits would be vehemently supported as self-evident truth. Wizards' first rule: people would believe any lie, either because they wanted to believe it was true or because they feared it was. These people were desperate and would become more so yet. Many wanted to believe. Kahlan tried to imagine what she would do if Richard had the plague. Would she be despairing enough to put her faith in such trickery, hoping against hope that it would save him? Sometimes hope was all people had. Groundless as it was, she couldn't take that hope away from them. It was all they had and all they could do. It was up to Kahlan and Richard to do that which would help these people. As she made her way through the familiar splendor of the confessor's palace on her way to find Richard, Kahlan paused at the open double doors to a large room used for formal reception. The room was a calming blue color, with dark blue drapes over the tall, narrow windows. The granite floor had a starburst pattern of darker and lighter stone radiating out from the center. Lamps on cherry wood stands around the edge of the room lent a mellow light to the gathering hall. The table where small foods were sometimes set out for guests now held only an array of candles. Kahlan's attention had been drawn by the sound of Dreffen's voice. He stood to the right, before the table with the candles, speaking to perhaps 50 or 60 people. They sat cross-legged on the floor before him, listening with rapt attention as he spoke of the way of health, of keeping the body sound by being in touch with the inner self. Most of the people nodded absently as they listened to Dreffen explaining how, by defiling their bodies with unhealthy thoughts and actions, people opened the pathway for sickness to enter. He told them that the Creator had endowed them with the ability to fight off things such as the plague, if only they would do as nature provided, by eating the right foods that would strengthen the auras that defended the body, and by using inner reflection to direct the vigor of various energy fields to their proper function in harmony with the whole. Many of the things he said made sense. Not eating foods that you knew gave you headaches because it interfered with the mind's ability to regulate the body. Not eating foods that you knew caused pains and cramps in the gut because it interfered with the body's ability to digest the good foods you needed. Not eating heavy meals right before sleeping because it interfered with your body getting the rest it needed to remain strong, and how all of these things disrupt the auras that give us strength and protect health. People marveled openly that Dreffen could make it all so simple for them to understand. They spoke as if they had been blind, and now for the first time had vision. They watched with unblinking eyes as he went on, telling them that we had within us the power to control our own bodies, and that disease could only afflict us if we allowed it to. He spoke of herbs and foods that purged poisons from the body and left people truly healthy for perhaps the first time since their birth. These people weren't listening to Lord Ral's brother. They were listening to Dreffen Ral, High Priest of the Rogmos. As one, they followed the High Priest's instructions when he told them to close their eyes and draw the breath of life and healthy steams through their noses and down into their inner core by using the muscles low in their bellies. He explained how to let it reach deep into the source of the power of each person's unique aura, to draw out the poisons from the furthest, darkest corners of their beings and expel it out through the mouth, to be replaced with a renewing breath of life drawn in again through the nose. Better, Kahlan guessed, that these people would come to Dreffen for advice that might help them, and at least sounded like it could do no harm, than spend their savings on false hope from the hucksters in the street. Paying attention to their body's needs with things like proper food and rest seemed sound advice. As they all drew the slow, deep breaths in through their noses, Dreffen turned his head and locked his dark and raw eyes on Kahlan, as if he had known all along that she had been standing there outside the doorway. He gave her a kind-hearted smile that sparkled benevolently in his blue eyes. She could see why these people put their trust in him. She made herself return a little smile. Kahlan remembered the talk she had had with Shota about how difficult it was to banish unpleasant memories. Kahlan wished she could forget Dreffen's hand between Kara's legs. Dreffen was trying to help people. He was doing everything he could to halt the plague. He was a great healer, the High Priest of the Rogmos. She tried to put the image of him comforting those sick children in place of the memory of his forcing his big hand down between Kara's legs. Dreffin had explained at the time why he had done that to Kara. He had saved Kara's life. A moored Sith, screaming in pain, then unconscious, and Dreffin had brought her back. Richard found comfort in Dreffin, as did everyone else. Kahlan broke eye contact with him and continued on her way to find Richard. Tristan Bashkar, the Jarian ambassador staying at the Confessor's Palace while he waited for further signs from the stars, further word from above, before surrendering, paused at a balcony as she passed below. As was his habit, he drew back his coat and rested his hand on his hip. It displayed the wicked dagger he wore at his belt. Oftentimes, in conversation, he would also put a boot up on a chair or stool and casually rest his forearm on his knee. It provided those in conversation with him the opportunity to see also the knife he kept in his boot. The more she saw Tristan in the palace, watching her with his cunning eyes, the more she disliked his presence. If there was a man who acted more childish, Kahlan didn't know him. Tristan watched silently as she hurried on her way. Kahlan was glad he was up on a balcony, so that she wouldn't have to waste time playing word games with him. Ulick and Egan gave Kahlan an odd look as she greeted them before whisking through the door to the small room Richard liked to use to study Kolo's journal. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his fingers buried in his hair, as he read from another book that lay open on the table. 2 candles and a lamp on the table beside him provided light, and a small, fragrant fire of birch logs added warmth to the cozy room. His cloak lay over a nearby chair, but he wore his sword. Richard looked up. When he saw her, he shot to his feet. Without the gold cloak, he was like a big black shadow gliding across the room. Before he could speak, Kahlan rushed into his arms. Kahlan pressed the side of her face to his chest as she hugged him. "Please, Richard, don't yell at me. Please just hold me." Tears choked her voice. "Please don't say anything, just hold me." It was ecstasy being with him again. It never failed to astound her whenever she saw him, just how much she needed and loved him. Richard's arms enclosed her in comforting shelter. She listened to the fire crackle and the sound of his heart under her ear. She could almost imagine in the safety of his strong arms that everything was fine and that they had a future. She remembered her mother's words. "Confessors don't have love, Kahlan. They have duty." Kahlan clutched his black shirt as she fought a losing battle to hold back tears. He held her and stroked her hair. She had asked him to hold her and not speak, and he was doing just that. That only made her feel worse. He must have questions. He must want to say something to her, to tell her how relieved he was to see her safe, to tell her how worried he had been, to ask her where she had been and what she had found out, to tell her what he had found, to yell at her. But he didn't. Instead, without protest, he did as she had asked, relegating his own desires to secondary after hers. How would she go on without his love? How would she draw a breath? How would she manage to make herself go on until she was old and could finally finish her duty and at last die? "Richard, I'm so sorry I made that letter sound threatening. I didn't mean to threaten you, I swear. I just wanted you to be safe. I'm so sorry if I hurt you." He squeezed her a little tighter and kissed the top of her head. Kahlan wished she could just die in his arms now and not have to face her duty, not have to face the finality of the future, the finality of losing him. "How's your foot?" she asked. "My foot?" "Kara said you hurt it on a chair." "Oh, my foot is fine. The chair died, but I don't think it suffered." Against all odds, Kahlan laughed. She looked up through her tears into his gentle smile. "All right. I think your hug has revived me. You can yell at me now." He kissed her instead. The feeling of being pulled up in his arms was rapture. Being in the sliff didn't even come close. "So," he finally said, "what did our ancestors' spirits have to say?" "Our ancestors? How did you know that I went to the Mud People?" Richard's brow curved into a bewildered cast. "Kahlan, your face is all painted so the ancestors' spirits could see you in a gathering. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Kahlan touched her fingers to her forehead, to her cheek. "I was in such a hurry, I never even gave it any thought. No wonder people have been giving me such odd looks." As she had raced through the palace looking for him, 3 different women on the staff had offered to draw her a bath. Everyone must have thought she had gone mad. Richard's expression turned serious as he settled his arms around her waist. So what did the ancestor spirits have to say? Kahlan steeled herself. She tilted her head, indicating the bone knife on her arm. Grandfather's spirit called me through his bone knife. He had to speak with me. He told me that the plague isn't confined to Aidendrill. It's spread all over the Midlands. Richard tensed. Do you think it's true? Elder Bregandaren had the tokens on his legs. He's probably dead by now. Some children reported that they saw a woman near the Mud People's village. She showed them something with colored light, just like what Lily told us she saw. One of those children has already died. Sister Amelia was there. Dear spirit, Richard whispered. It gets worse. The spirit showed me other places I know in the Midlands. He said that the plague has spread to all these places too. The spirit showed me what will be if the plague isn't stopped. Death will sweep the land. Few will survive. The spirit told me that magic stolen from the Temple of the Winds started the plague, but that the plague itself isn't magic. Jagang has used magic more powerful than he understands. If allowed to rage unchecked, the plague could eventually sweep into the old world, too. Small consolation. Did the spirit say how Jagang stole this magic from the Temple of the Winds? Kahlan nodded as she looked away from his eyes. You were right about the red moons. It was a warning that the Temple of the Winds had been violated. Kahlan told him about the Hall of the Betrayer and how Sister Amelia had been able to tread that path. Kahlan recounted the rest of her meeting with the spirit of Chandalan's grandfather as best as she could remember it, including the part about the temple being at least partially sentient, as Richard had suspected. Richard leaned an arm against the mantel as he stared into the fire. He pinched his lower lip as he listened patiently. Kahlan told him how the spirit had told her that to stop the plague they must get into the Temple of the Winds, how it existed in both worlds at the same time, and how both the good and the evil spirits were involved and had a say in this. And the ancestor spirit could give you no indication how we were to get to the Temple of the Winds? No, Kahlan said. In fact, he wasn't interested in that part of it. He said that the temple would reveal what must be done. Shota said the same thing. Engrossed in thought, Richard nodded while he considered her words. Kahlan twisted her fingers together while she waited. What about Shota? He asked at last. What happened with her? Kahlan hesitated. She knew she had to tell him at least some of it, but she was reluctant to tell him all of what Shota had said. Richard, I don't believe Shota was trying to cause trouble. He looked back over his shoulder. She sends Nadine to marry me, and you don't think that kind of interference trouble? Kahlan cleared her throat into her fist. Shota didn't send Nadine exactly. Richard's hawk-like gaze continued to fix on her, so she went on. The message about the winds hunting you was not her idea. The Temple of the Winds was sending you a message through her, just as it was sending you a message through that boy who died. Shota wasn't trying to harm us. Richard's brow lowered. What else did the witch woman tell you? Kahlan interlocked her fingers behind her back. She looked away from his penetrating glare. Richard, I went there to put an end to Shota's interference. I was prepared to kill her if she threatened you or tried to harm me. I thought the worst of her. I did. I was convinced she was trying to harm us. I talked with her. Really talked. Shota isn't as malicious as I thought. She admitted she doesn't want us to have a child, but this isn't about trying to keep us apart. She has a talent for seeing the future, and she is only telling us what she sees to try to help you. She's just the messenger in this. She's not directing these events. She said the same thing as the ancestor's spirit, that the plague was started by magic and not of its own accord. With 3 strides, Richard closed the distance between them. He seized her by the upper arm. She sent Nadine to marry me. She sent Nadine to keep us apart. She's trying to put a wedge between us, and you are taken in by her tricks? Kahlan backed away from him. No, Richard. You have it wrong, as did I. The spirits sent you a bride. Shota was only able to influence who it would be. She used that influence so that the bride sent would be Nadine. Shota says she sees that you will marry this bride sent by the spirits, and so she wanted it to be someone you knew. She was only trying to ease your pain in this. And you believe her? Have you lost your mind? Richard, you're hurting my arm. He released her. "Sorry," he muttered, as he withdrew to the hearth. Kahlan could see the muscles in his jaw flexing as he ground his teeth. "You said she told you the same as the ancestor spirit. Do you remember her words?" Kahlan tried frantically to separate what she knew she had to tell him from what she didn't want him to know. She realized how unwise it was to try to hide information from Richard, but she reasoned that if she had to, she could always tell him everything. If she could get away with withholding some of it, though. "Shota said, 'We have not heard the last message from the winds. She said we will receive one more involving the moon.'" "Involving the moon? How?" "I don't know. Just like the spirit, the how didn't seem to be important to her. What she did say was that this message from the moon will be the consequential communion, as she called it. She said we must not ignore or dismiss it." "Did she now? And did she say why exactly?" "She said our future and the future of all those innocent people will hinge on this event. She said it would be our only chance to carry out our duty to save the innocent lives of all those who depend upon us to do what they cannot." Richard turned to her. It was like death itself rounding on her. His eyes had that look like Dreffen's, like dark and Rawls. "She told you something else that you're holding back. What is it?" he growled. It wasn't Richard speaking. It was the Seeker. She knew in that instant why a Seeker was so feared. He was a law unto himself. Those gray eyes were looking right into her. "Richard," she whispered, "please leave it at that." His glare cut to her soul. "What did she tell you?" Kahlan swallowed as she panted with dread. She could feel hot tears coursing down her face. "Shota saw the future," Kahlan heard herself speaking, even though she had intended to remain silent. "She saw that you will wed another. She used her influence to make it someone you knew." Under his glare, she found remaining silent impossible. "She could not influence who I am to wed. I will be married, too. It will not be you who becomes my husband." Richard stood frozen for a moment, a boiling thunderhead gathering. He yanked the baldric off over his head and tossed it and the scabbard holding the sword on a chair. "Richard, what are you doing?" And then he was moving. He went for the door. Kahlan put herself in front of him. It was like stepping in front of an enraged mountain. "Richard, what are you going to do?" He grasped her by the waist, picked her up, and set her aside, as if she were no more than a child in his way. "I'm going to kill her." Kahlan threw her arms around his waist from behind, trying to drag him to a halt. It slowed him no more than if she had been a gnat. He was leaving his sword because he couldn't travel in the sliff with the magic of the sword of truth. "Richard! Richard, please stop! If you love me, stop!" He halted and turned his wrathful glare on her. His voice came like a crack of thunder. "What?" "Richard, do you think I'm stupid?" "Of course not." "Then do you believe I want to marry someone else?" "No." "Richard, you have to listen to me. Shota said she saw the future. She isn't making the future, she just saw it. She told me these things so that what she saw might help us. I've had all of the help from Shota I intend to have. I'll have no more of it. She has taken one liberty too many. It will be her last. Richard, we have to figure out what to do. We have to do what we can to stop this plague. You saw those sick, dying children. The spirit of Chandalin's grandfather showed me countless other dead children, dead people of all sorts. That will be the future if you do this. Do you want those children and their parents to die because you refuse to use your head?" His fist was gripping some sort of ornament on an elaborate necklace. She realized she had never seen it before. Even though he wasn't wearing his sword, its magic drove him. He was a cauldron of lethal rage. Death was dancing in his eyes. "I don't care what Shota says, I'll not marry Nadine. Nor will I stand by while you—" "I know," she whispered. "Richard, I know how you feel. How do you think this makes me feel? But use your head. This is not the way to change what Shota says. You always said before that the future is not yet decided and that we couldn't act on what Shota says. You always said that we couldn't allow ourselves to put our faith in what she says and let it direct our actions." His eyes shone with deadly wrath. "You believe her?" Kahlan took a calming breath, trying to regain her composure. "I believe she saw the future. Richard, don't you remember how she also said that I would touch you with my power? Look at how that turned out. She was right, but it wasn't the calamitous event I feared. It was what brought us together and allowed us to have our love. How can your marrying someone else turn out good? Kahlan abruptly realized what this was really about. He was jealous. She had never seen him this jealous before. But that's what it was, a jealous rage. I would be lying if I told you I knew. Kahlan gripped his broad shoulders. Richard, I love you, and that's the truth. I could never love anyone else. You believe me, don't you? I trust in your love for me, and I know that you don't love Nadine. Don't you believe in me? Don't you trust me? He visibly cooled. Of course I do. I do trust you. Frustration replaced the rage in his eyes. He released the amulet in his fist. But nothing. We love each other, and that's all there is to it. Whatever happens, we have to believe in each other. If we don't believe in each other, then we are lost in this. At last, he pulled her into his arms. She knew his anguish. She felt it, too. Hers, though, was worse, because she didn't believe there was a way out of Shota's prediction. Kahlan lifted the strange amulet at his neck. In the center, surrounded by a complex of gold and silver lines, was a teardrop-shaped ruby as big as her thumbnail. Richard, what is this? Where did you get it? He lifted the gold and silver object from her fingers to peer down at it. It's a symbol like the others I wear. I found it in the keep. In the first Wizard's Enclave? Yes. It was part of this outfit, but unlike the rest of it, this was left in the first Wizard's Enclave. The man who wore it was the first wizard in Kolo's time. His name was Baracus. Kara told me that you found the record of the trial. What did it look like in there? Richard stared off. It was beautiful. I didn't want to leave. Have you found out anything from the book yet? No. It's in Haida Haran. Berdine is working on Kolo's journal. I'll work on this one. I've only had an hour or so to start translating it. I haven't really done much yet. I was too worried about you to be able to think about anything else. Kahlan touched the amulet hanging around his neck. Do you know what this symbol represents? Yes. The ruby is meant to represent a drop of blood. It is the symbolic representation of the way of the primary edict. The primary edict? His voice turned distant, as if speaking to himself more than to her. It means only one thing and everything. Cut. Once committed to fight, cut. Everything else is secondary. Cut. That is your duty, your purpose, your hunger. There is no rule more important, no commitment that overrides that one. Cut. His words chilled her to the bone as he went on. The lines are a portrayal of the dance. Cut from the void, not from bewilderment. Cut the enemy as quickly and directly as possible. Cut with certainty. Cut decisively, resolutely. Cut into his strength. Flow through the gaps in his guard. Cut him. Cut him down utterly. Don't allow him a breath. Crush him. Cut him without mercy to the depths of his spirit. It is the balance to life, death. It is the dance with death. It is the law a war wizard lives by, or he dies. Chapter 49. Clarissa sat curled up in a chair, sewing the hem of a new dress Nathan had bought for her. He had wanted to let the seamstress do the work, but she had insisted on doing it herself, mostly to have something to do. Nathan had smiled and told her that if it would please her, then it was all right with him. She didn't know what she would do with all the dresses he kept buying for her. She had told him to stop, but he just kept doing it. Nathan returned from the door, having had a long discussion with a soldier named Bolsden about the movements of Jagang's expeditionary force. They were the men who had attacked her home of Renwald, Clarissa had learned. She tried not to listen to Nathan's talks with his soldier friends who showed up from time to time. She didn't like to think about the nightmare of Renwald. Nathan told her that he wanted to end the killing, so there would be no more Renwald. He called it a waste of life. Clarissa touched Nathan's leg when he came close. Is there anything I can do to help? His blue eyes turned toward her, watching her for a long moment. No, not yet. I must write a letter. I'm expecting someone soon. Don't go into the bedroom to answer the door when they come. Stay in here. I don't want them to get a look at you. You don't have magic, so they won't know you're in here. Clarissa caught the tone of disquiet in his voice. Do you think they will cause trouble? They won't try to hurt you, will they? A sly smile took his face. "That would be the last mistake they ever made. I've laid so many traps around this place that the keeper himself wouldn't dare to try to take me here." He winked at her, as if to reassure her. "Watch through the keyhole if you wish. It may be good for you to remember the faces of these people. They're dangerous." Her stomach churning with anxiety, Clarissa began embroidering little vines and leaves along the hem of the dress, because she thought they would be pretty, and to pass the time while Nathan wrote his letter. When he finished, he clasped his hands behind his back and paced. When the knock finally came, he looked toward the bedroom where stood the door to the hall. He turned to her and crossed his lips with a finger. Clarissa nodded. He shut the door to the sitting room as he went to answer the knock. She set aside her needlework and knelt at the door to peek through the keyhole. She had a good view of the hall door as Nathan pulled it open. Two attractive women, about Clarissa's age, stood in the hall. Two young men waited behind them. The scowls on the women could have cut stone. Clarissa was astonished to see that each woman had a small gold ring through her lower lip, as did Clarissa. "Well, well," one of the women said contemptuously, "if it isn't the prophet himself. We thought it was probably you, Nathan, messing about in things that aren't your business." Nathan grinned as he bowed dramatically from the waist. "Sister Jodelle, Sister Wilhelmina, how nice to see you again. And that's Lord Rall, even to you, Sister Jodelle." "Lord Rall," Sister Jodelle said in a flat, mocking voice. "So we've heard." Nathan waggled his fingers in greeting to the two young men standing out in the hall behind the two women. "Vincent, Pierce, how good to see you two boy wizards again. Still trying to master prophecy, are you? Come for some advice? Maybe a lesson?" "In a little over your head, aren't you, old man?" one of the young men asked. Nathan's amusement vanished. He flicked his finger. The young man cried out and dropped to the floor. "I told you, Pierce. It's Lord Rall." Nathan's voice turned as deadly as Clarissa had ever heard it. "Don't test me again." Sister Wilhelmina scowled back at Pierce, whispering a harsh admonishment as he staggered to his feet. Nathan held his arm out in invitation. "Won't you ladies please come in? Bring your boys, too." Clarissa didn't think they really looked like boys, as Nathan called them. She thought they looked to be in their late 20s at least. The four warily stepped inside and stood in a bunch, hands clasped before them, while Nathan shut the door. "Pretty risky, Lord Rall, to let the four of us get this close," Sister Jodelle said. "I wouldn't think you would be this careless, now that you've somehow convinced some feeble-minded sister to take pity on you and remove your Radahan." Nathan slapped his knee and howled with laughter. None of the other four so much as cracked a smile. "Risky?" he asked, as his fit of laughter died out. "Why, what have I to fear from the likes of you four? And I'll have you know that I took off the Radahan by myself. I think it only fair to tell you that while you foolishly chose to view me as a crazy old man, I was studying things you can't even fathom. While all of you sisters—" "Get to the point," Sister Jodelle growled. Nathan held up a finger. "The point is, my fine people, that I have no ill will toward you or your leader. But I can weave webs you couldn't even understand, much less defend against, should you wish me harm. For example, I'm sure you detect the simple shields I've placed here and there. But there is more hidden beyond those things you sense. Should you—" Sister Jodelle lost her patience and cut him off again. "We didn't come here to listen to the babble of a doddering old man. Do you think us stupid? We detected the pathetic magic you have so proudly laced about this place, and I can tell you with confidence there's not a bit of it that one of us alone couldn't slice apart with ease, while at the same time enjoying a bowl of soup." Vincent shoved the two sisters aside. "I've heard just about enough from this dried-up old jackass. He always was full of himself. It's about time he learned just who he's dealing with." Nathan made no move to defend himself as Vincent lifted his hand. Clarissa's eyes went wide in fright as the young man's fingers curled and his face twisted with hate. Clarissa covered her mouth in terror as light shot from Vincent's hands toward Nathan. A brief whine sang through the air. The light from the young man scattered. There was a thump that Clarissa could feel in the floor as light flared through the other room. When the sound and light cleared, Vincent was gone. On the floor where he had stood, Clarissa could see a small pile of white ash. Nathan went to the wall and retrieved a broom leaned there, just behind a curtain. He opened the door and swept the ash out through the door into the hall. "Thank you for coming, Vincent. Sorry you have to leave now. Let me show you out." With a flourish, Nathan swept the last of the ash out into the hall, creating a small cloud as he did so. He shut the door and turned back to the gaping gazes of the three people left. "Now, as I was saying, you will be making the last mistake of your lives if you underestimate me or what it is you think me capable of. Your negligible intellects couldn't even understand it if I showed it to you." Nathan's brow drew down in a way that frightened even Clarissa. "Now, show proper respect and bow to the Lord Ral." Reluctantly, the three people bowed, each touching a knee to the floor. "What is it you want?" Sister Jodelle asked after she had straightened. Her voice had lost some of its edge. "You can tell Jagang that I'm interested in peace." "Peace?" Sister Jodelle fussed back some of her dark hair. "What position are you in that you could make such an offer?" Nathan lifted his chin. "I am Lord Ral. I will soon be master of Dahara. I will be in command of the New World. I believe it is a war with the New World in which Jagang is embroiled." Sister Jodelle's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean you are soon to be the master of Dahara?" "Just tell Jagang that his daring plan is about to be successfully completed. He will soon have eliminated the present Lord Ral. Jagang has made a mistake, though. He forgot about me." But, Sister Jodelle sputtered, "You aren't the Lord Ral." Nathan leaned toward them with a sly smile. "If Jagang succeeds, which as a prophet I can foresee he will, then I will be the Lord Ral. I am a Ral, born with the gift. All Daharans will become bonded to me. As you know, that bond will prevent the Dreamwalker from using his talent to take the New World. Jagang has made a mistake." Nathan thunked Pierce on the head. "He's been using amateur prophets, like this witless tadpole." Pierce turned red. "I'm no amateur prophet." Nathan regarded him with a look of contempt. "Really? Then why didn't you warn Jagang that by using prophecy to eliminate Richard Ral, it would get him nowhere but into a worse predicament? Because it would leave me to become the Lord Ral, master of Dahara and most of the major powers in the New World. Did you warn him about that result? While Richard may be determined, he knows next to nothing about magic, whereas I know a great deal about it. A very great deal." Nathan towered over Pierce. "Just ask Vincent. A real prophet would have realized the danger lurking behind my simple shield, waiting to be triggered if anyone attacked. Did you?" Sister Wilhelmina put out an arm, forcing Pierce back, and just in time it appeared to Clarissa, as Nathan looked to be about to make another pile of white dust. "What is it you want, Lord Ral?" she asked. "Jagang can either listen to my terms, or he can have really big trouble on his hands. Trouble a lot worse than Richard Ral." "Terms?" Sister Jodelle drew the word out suspiciously. "The present Lord Ral is young and idealistic. He would never surrender to Jagang. I, on the other hand, am older and wiser. I know the foolishness of a war that would take the lives of countless people. And to what purpose? Just for the right to put a name to the one who is the leader. Richard is a young fool who doesn't know how to use his power. I am not a young fool, and as you saw, I know how to use my gift. I'm willing to entertain the possibility of letting Jagang rule the New World as he wishes." "And in return?" Nathan casually flicked his hand. "I simply want some of the spoils for myself, in return for my assistance. I will have the rule of Dahara, under his leadership, of course. I will be his man, running the affairs of Dahara. Other than Jagang, no one will outrank me. Quite fair, I think." The young Pierce was still white as a sheet and trying to look invisible behind the two women. The two sisters, on the other hand, were looking suddenly a lot less unhappy. They wore small, interested smiles. "How would Jagang know that you could be trusted?" "Trusted? Does he think I'm as stupid as the young Lord Ral leading the New World right now? I saw what was done to Renwald. If I didn't rule Dahara as Jagang wished, allowing him generous tribute, he might come in and try to crush us. Wars are expensive. I'd rather have the wealth for myself." Sister Jodelle smiled politely. And in the meantime, how do we know you really mean this? So it's assurance you want. Nathan rubbed his chin as he stared up at the ceiling. There is a Daharan army of close to 100,000 men north of here. You'll never find them without my help until they descend on Jagang's expeditionary force. When Jagang finishes eliminating the present Lord Ral, then this army's bond will transfer to me. They will be loyal to me. As soon as that happens, I will surrender that army to his, giving him even more men-at-arms. Daharans have a long tradition of warring for plunder. They'll fit right in with Jagang's force. Surrender an army, Sister Jodelle said in a reflective tone. You see, my kind sisters, Jagang is trying to use prophecy to win this war. In that he has made a mistake. He is using wizards who are not real prophets. I could provide the expert service of a real prophet. His alternative is to have a real prophet as his enemy and amateurs to aid him. The aid of amateurs is what got him into this predicament, don't you see? For a small, insignificant slice of the spoils, I can get him out of it. I'm sure you can understand that after all those years under the care of you fine sisters, I'd like to spend my few remaining years enjoying the pleasures of life. With my help, there will be no more resistance from the new world than that offered by Renwald. If Jagang should choose to be unreasonable, well, who knows? With a real prophet on the side of the new world, they might even win. Sister Jodelle studied Nathan's eyes. Yes, I see what you mean. Nathan held out his letter. Here, give this to Jagang. It explains my proposal and terms in return for my surrender of the new world. As I said, I'm sure he will find me much more reasonable than the present Lord Ral. I know that there is no profit in war. One leader or another, it means little. Why should hundreds of thousands of people die over the name put to that leader? Both sisters glanced around the luxurious room and smiled conspiratorially at Nathan. Why, you crafty old man, Sister Jodelle said. And here all this time we thought you were just an old fool living out your life down in your apartment. Well, Lord Ral, we will pass your words along to Emperor Jagang. I think he will find them most interesting. Had the present Lord Ral been so reasonable, he wouldn't be in his present fatal difficulty. All those years do give a man time to think. Sister Jodelle turned back from the door. I can't speak for the Emperor, Lord Ral, but I think he will be most pleased with this news. I think we can dare to see the end of this war, and the victory that will result in Jagang being the name put to the leader of all people. I just want the killing to stop. It would profit us all, sister. Oh, and tell Jagang that I am sorry about Vincent, but the boy wasn't really serving him well anyway. Sister Jodelle shrugged. You're right, Lord Ral. He wasn't. Chapter 50. Richard ran his fingers through his hair as he rested his forehead in his palm. He looked up when he heard someone enter the room. It was Kahlan. His heart lifted at her smile, her bright green eyes, the lush fall of her thick hair, and how beautiful she was. He marveled at her beauty and that she loved him. The safety he felt in that love was something he had never imagined he would feel. He had always imagined being in love with someone, but he had never imagined the feeling of security and peace it would bring to his soul. If Shota ever did anything to harm that security... Kahlan carried a steaming bowl of soup. I thought you might like something to eat. You've been at this for a hand of days now. I think you need to get more sleep, too. He glanced at the big white bowl in her hand. Thanks. Her brow wrinkled. Richard, what's wrong? Your face is white as ashes. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. I feel a little sick. She turned white as ashes, too. Sick? Richard, it isn't... No, it's not that. It's this book on the Temple of the Wind's Inquisition and Trial. I almost wish I'd never found it. Kahlan leaned over as she set down the bowl. Here, eat some of it. What is it? Richard asked, as he watched the lush curve of her cleavage rise and fall above the square neckline of her white confessor's dress. Lentil porridge. Eat some. What have you found out? Richard sucked in through his mouth to cool the spoonful of porridge. I haven't translated much yet. It's taking forever. But from just the little bit I've been able to figure out, These people, these wizards, they executed all the wizards who sent away the Temple of the Winds. The Temple Team, they called them. Almost 100 men. He pulled a finger across his throat. Kahlan sat on the edge of the table opposite him. What did they do to warrant death? Richard stirred the porridge. Well, for one thing, they left a way into the Temple of the Winds, as they were directed to do. But they made it so hard to get back into the temple that when these people wanted to get back in to retrieve some magic in order to fight the war, they couldn't. Kolo said that there were the red moons, that the temple sent the warning. You mean the wizards of old were never able to answer the warning? That wasn't the way it worked. They did get back in. He waved his spoon for emphasis. In fact, that was the reason for the red moon. It was the second attempt to get in, to answer the red moons caused by the first person sent, that they failed at. Kahlan leaned toward him while Richard ate a spoonful of porridge. But this first person got in? Oh, yes, he got in. And that was the problem. Kahlan shook her head. I'm not following this. Richard set down his spoon and leaned back in his chair. He met her gaze. The Temple Team, who sent away the Temple of the Winds, were also the ones who placed the magic in it. You know about some of the terrible magical creations that were made in the war? Things made out of people, like the Mriswith, like the Dreamwalkers? Well, the people of the New World were fighting the people of the Old World, who wanted to eliminate magic, much as Jagang does today. These wizards who took the things of power to the safety of the temple were somewhat in sympathy with those in the Old World who wanted to eliminate magic. They thought that using people to create these terrible weapons was as evil as some of the very things they fought against. Fascinated, Kahlan leaned toward him. You mean they turned to the side of the enemy? They were really working for those in the Old World, to eliminate magic? No, they weren't working to defeat the New World or to stop all magic, but they felt that they viewed the whole matter on a wider scope than just the war, unlike the wizards in charge here at the keep. They sought the middle ground. They decided that, to an extent, the war and all their troubles were related to the misuse of magic. They decided that something had to be done. Kahlan hooked some hair behind her ear. Done? Like what? You know the way the keep used to be full of wizards? The way wizards used to have both sides of the magic? The way the wizards of old wielded much more power than even Zed does now as first wizard? The way those born with the gift are more and more rare all the time? I think these wizards used the Temple of the Winds to withdraw some of magic's power from this world. They locked it away in the underworld, where it couldn't be used to cause harm as they saw it in this world. Kahlan put a hand to her chest. Dear Spirit, what gave them the right to decide this? They are not the creator who gave all things, including magic. Richard smiled. The head of the Inquisition said much the same thing. He demanded to know exactly what they had done. And have you found the answer? I haven't translated much yet, and I don't understand the way the magic worked. But I think that what the Temple Team did was to lock away the subtractive portion of the wizard's magic. It's the subtractive part that was used to turn people into these weapons. With it, they took away parts of who these people were, the parts these wizards didn't want, and then with additive magic, the wizards added in the things they did want, so they could use these people as weapons. What about you? You were born with both sides. If the power was locked away, how does that explain your gift? I, too, have an element of subtractive magic to my confessor's power. Dark and Ral used subtractive magic, as do some of the sisters. There are creatures yet today who have some of this element to their magic. Richard wiped a weary hand across his face. I don't know. I'm not even positive about what I've told you. There's still most of this book to translate. I've only just begun. Even when I translate it all, I'm not sure it will provide the answers we want. This was an inquisition and trial. They weren't trying to teach me history. It was common knowledge at the time. They didn't need to explain it. What I'm beginning to think the Temple Team did was to halt subtractive magic's ability to be passed on to the offspring of wizards. Your magic isn't passed on from a wizard, so perhaps that's why it wasn't affected. Darken Ral learned to use subtractive magic. He wasn't born with it. Therein perhaps lies the difference. Maybe they miscalculated how taking subtractive magic out of those born with the wizard's gift would affect the balance, and so didn't anticipate the way it would cause fewer and fewer to be born with the gift. Maybe they did know. Maybe that's what they wanted. Maybe that's why they were executed. What about the Red Moon? Well, when those in charge found all this out, they sent someone to undo what these wizards had done. They needed one with tremendous power and conviction, hoping he would have enough strength to succeed. They sent the most zealous proponent of magic among them, a fanatic, the head prosecutor, a powerful wizard named Lothane, to the Temple of the Winds to undo the damage. Kahlan drew her lower lip between her teeth. What happened? He got in through Betrayer's Hall, just like you told me. It worked just as you said. Lothane entered, but in doing so, he betrayed them. I'm not sure what it was that he did. Many of the words, I think, have to do with specific magic that I don't understand. But from what I gather, he reinforced what the wizards who sent the temple away had done and made it even worse. He betrayed those in the New World. Because he had to alter the way the Temple of the Winds held this magic, it set off the warnings of the Red Moons. When the temple sent the Red Moons and the call for aid, a wizard was sent. Because the temple was sending for help, the wizards were glad for the call, since it meant that they wouldn't have to enter through Betrayer's Hall. They thought they would be able to get in and at last remedy the problem. He never came back. They sent another more powerful and experienced wizard. He never returned either. Finally, in view of the seriousness of the situation, the first wizard himself went to the Temple of the Winds. Richard lifted the amulet at his chest. Baraka. Barakas? Kahlan breathed in wonder. Did he get into the temple? They were never sure. Richard pushed his thumb back and forth along the edge of the table. Barakas came back in a dazed stupor. They followed after him, but he didn't react or respond to anything they said or did. He went into the first wizard's enclave, his retreat, and left this there. Richard held up the amulet at his chest, showing it to her. He came out, removed the rest of his outfit, these things I wear, and then walked to the edge of the rampart and jumped off the side of the mountain to his death. Kahlan sat back up straight while Richard cleared his throat and gathered his voice before going on. After that, the wizards abandoned any further attempt to get into the Temple of the Winds, to answer the call of the Red Moons, as impossible. They were never able to get in to undo the damage the temple team and then Lothane had done. Kahlan watched him with a sober look as he stared off at nothing. How did they know all this? Richard's fist tightened around the amulet at his chest. They used a confessor, Magda Cirrus, the first mother confessor herself. She lived in that time? She was there in this war? I never knew that. Richard rubbed his fingertips across the furrows on his brow. Lothane wouldn't tell them what he had done. The wizards conducting the trial were the ones who ordered the creation of the confessors. Magda Cirrus was the first. They knew that they wouldn't be able to torture the truth out of Lothane. They tried. So they took this woman, Magda Cirrus, created the magic of the confessors, and instilled the power in her. She touched Lothane with her power and got the truth out of him. He confessed the extent of what the temple team had done and what he had done. Richard looked away from her green eyes. The wizard who did this to Magda Cirrus, created the confessor's power, was named Merit. The tribunal was so pleased with the results of Merit's conjuring that they commanded an order of confessors to be created, and wizards assigned to safeguard them. Merit became protector to Magda Cirrus, her wizard in return for the life, the duty to which he had condemned her, to which he had condemned all the descendants of confessors to follow. The room fell silent. Kahlan was wearing her confessor's face, the blank expression that showed nothing of her feeling. He didn't need to see an expression on her face to know her feeling. Richard pulled the porridge back and ate some more. It had cooled considerably. Richard, Kahlan finally whispered, if these wizards, with all that power, with all that knowledge, if even they couldn't get into the Temple of the Winds after it sent its warning with the Red Moons, then... Her voice trailed off. Richard put words to the rest of it. Then how can I hope to? Richard ate lentil porridge as the uncomfortable silence dragged on. Richard, Kahlan said in a quiet voice, if we don't get into the temple, then what the Spirit showed me will come to pass. Death will sweep the land. Untold numbers of people will die. Richard nearly leaped to his feet and screamed at her that he knew that. Nearly screamed, asking what she expected him to do. Instead, he swallowed back the screams along with the porridge. I know, he whispered. He went back to eating his porridge in silence. When he had finished and was sure he had composed himself, he went on. One of the temple team, A wizard named Ricker made a statement before they executed him. Richard pulled the piece of paper with the translation out of the disorderly stack and read it to her. I can no longer countenance what we do with our gift. We are not the creator, nor are we the keeper. Even a vexatious prostitute has the right to live her life. What was he talking about? Kahlan asked. I think that when the wizards used people, destroyed them, to create the things they needed to fight the war, I think they used people who were troublesome for one reason or another, people they didn't mind destroying. I've heard it said that a wizard must use people. I doubt they knew the ghastly origin of the maxim. He saw dismay haunting her eyes. Richard, do you think then from what you've read that it's hopeless? Do you think we can do nothing then? Richard didn't know what to say. He reached over and clasped her hand. The temple team, before they were executed, said in their own defense that they hadn't sealed the temple away for good, as they might have easily done, but instead left a way in to answer the call. They said that if the need was truly great enough, it could still be entered. I will get in, Kahlan. I swear it. A small measure of relief came briefly to her beautiful eyes, but the haunted look settled back into them. Richard knew what she was thinking. It was the same as he'd wondered himself as he read of the madness that was the war, and of what people had done to each other. Kahlan, we don't use magic to destroy people for our own purposes. We use it to fight against a cause that murders helpless children. We fight for freedom from terror and killing. A small smile returned as she squeezed his hand. Page 378. They both looked up when they heard a knock on the open door. It was Dreffin. Can I come in? I'm not interrupting anything, am I? No, it's all right, Richard said. Come in. I just wanted you to know that I ordered the carts like you wanted. It's gotten to that point. Richard rubbed his fingertips across his forehead. How many? A little over 300 last night, if the reports are all in. As you suspected might be the case, the people can't handle that many dead anymore, and the numbers grow each day. Richard nodded. We can't let the dead wait. It could spread the plague even faster to have them rotting in the open air. They have to be buried as soon as they die. Tell the men I want the dead carts sent out just as soon as they have it organized. I give them until sunset. I already told them. As you say, we can't allow bodies infected with the plague to go untended. It could make the plague worse. It can get worse, Richard mocked. Dreffin didn't answer. I'm sorry, Richard said. That wasn't called for. Have you found anything that is of any use? Dreffin tugged down the sleeves of his white shirt. Richard, there is no cure for the plague. At least I know of none. The only hope is to stay healthy. Speaking of which, it isn't healthy to sit in here all day and most of the night. You aren't getting enough sleep again. I can see it in your eyes. I've warned you about that before. And you need to walk around, get some air. Richard was sick of trying to translate the book and sick of the things he found out when he succeeded. He flipped it closed and pushed back his chair. This is doing no good anyway. Let's go for that walk you suggested. Richard yawned as he stretched. And what have you been doing to keep busy, he asked Kahlan, while I've been shut up in this stuffy room. Kahlan cast a furtive glance at Dreffin. I've been helping Dreffin and Nadine. Helping them? Helping them do what? Dreffin smoothed the ruffles on the front of his shirt. Kahlan has been helping with the staff. Some of them are ill. Richard looked from Kahlan's eyes to Dreffin's. The plague is in the palace? I'm afraid so. 16 of them have come down sick. A few are common illnesses. The rest... Richard heaved a weary sigh. I see. Raina was standing guard outside his room. She straightened when Richard came through the door. Raina, we're going for a walk. I suppose you'd better come along, or I'll never hear the end of it from Kara. Raina smiled as she brushed back a wisp of dark hair. She knew he was right and was obviously glad he was cooperating. Lord Rahl, Raina said, I didn't want to disturb you while you were working, but the captain of the city guard came by with a report. I know, I heard. 300 people died last night. Raina's leather creaked as she shifted her weight. That too, but they wanted me to tell you that they found another woman last night. She was cut up like the other 4. Richard closed his eyes as he wiped a hand across his mouth. He noticed that he hadn't remembered to shave that day. Dear spirits. Don't we have enough people dying without some madman going around killing more of them?
Was this one a prostitute like the others? Dreffin asked.
The captain said he wasn't positive, but he was pretty sure she was. Dreffin shook his head with disgust.
You'd think he'd be worried about the plague, if not getting caught. The plague is running wild among the prostitutes, more so than among the populace at large.
Richard caught sight of Berdine coming up the hall. As much as I'd like to do something about it, we have bigger worries. He turned to Raina. When we get back, tell the captain that I want his men to spread the word among those women that there's a killer among them, and that for their own safety, we hope they will cease their profession, at least for the time being. I'm sure the soldiers will know where to find all the prostitutes, he added under his breath. Have them get the word out at once. If these women don't stop selling their bodies, they're likely to find themselves in the company of the wrong customer, their last customer. Richard waited until Berdine reached them. Aren't you supposed to be up in the keep taking your turn guarding the sliff? Richard asked her. Berdine shrugged. I went up there to relieve Kara, but she said she wanted to stay for another watch. Richard raked back his hair. Why would she want to do that? Berdine shrugged again. She didn't say. Kahlan took his arm. I think it's the rats. What? I think she's trying to prove something to herself. Kahlan hesitated. Kara doesn't like rats. I don't blame her, Raina muttered.
Filthy creatures, Dreffin put in. I don't blame her either.
If any of you tease her about it, Kahlan warned, you will answer to me when Kara's done with you. It's not funny. No one looked in the mood to challenge Kahlan, nor were any of them in a mood to see anything as funny. Where are you going? Berdine asked. We're going for a walk, Richard said. You've probably been sitting as much as I have. If you'd like, come along. Nadine came around the corner and caught sight of them just as they started out. What's going on? Nothing, Richard said. How are you doing, Nadine? Nadine smiled. Fine, thank you. I've been busy smoking sick rooms, as Dreffin asked. We were just going out for a walk, Kahlan said. You've been working hard, Nadine. Why don't you come along with us? Richard frowned at Kahlan. She didn't look back at him. Nadine studied Kahlan's eyes for a moment. Sure, I'd like that. The six of them made their way through the marble halls, past imposing tapestries and elegant furniture, and across sumptuous carpets on their way toward the main palace gates. Soldiers on patrol bowed or clapped fists over heart as the six of them passed. The staff Richard saw going about their business seemed to be in a state of shock. He saw people weeping as they hurried about their tasks. Before they made the door, they encountered Tristan Bashkar. Richard was in no mood to speak with the Jarian ambassador. Tristan sauntered to a halt before them. There would be no avoiding him this time. Tristan bowed his head. Mother Confessor, Lord Rall, I'm glad I ran into you. What do you want, Tristan? Kahlan asked in a level tone. He watched her cleavage as she spoke. His gaze moved to Richard. I want to know... Richard cut him off. Did you come to offer Jara surrender? Tristan pulled his coat back and rested his fist on his hip. The time I was allotted is not yet expired. I'm concerned about this plague. You're Lord Rall. You're supposed to be running everything now. I want to know what you're going to do about the plague. Richard restrained himself. What we can. Tristan glanced to Kahlan's chest again. Well, I'm sure that you can understand that I need assurance. His gaze returned to Richard. A sly smile spread on his face. After all, how can I, in good conscience, surrender my land to a man overseeing what may prove to be the greatest cataclysm in the history of the Midlands? No offense intended. The skies speak the truth to me. I'm sure you can understand my position. Richard leaned toward the pompous ambassador. You are rapidly running out of time, Ambassador. You had better be prepared to surrender Jara soon, or I will see to it my way. Now, if you'll excuse us, we're going to get some fresh air. It suddenly stinks in here. Tristan Bashkar's expression darkened. When his eyes turned toward Kahlan again, Richard yanked the knife from Tristan's belt scabbard before he could so much as blink. Everyone froze. Richard pressed the point to the man's chest. And if I ever again catch your lecherous eyes anywhere on Kahlan but her face, I'll cut out your heart. Richard turned and loosed the knife, burying it in a round oak ball atop a nearby newel. The twang echoed through the marble halls. Without waiting for a response, he took Kahlan by the arm and marched away, his golden cloak billowing out behind.
Kahlan's face was red. The two moored Sith followed, grinning broadly. Dreffin smiled, too, as he followed after. Nadine showed no reaction. Chapter 51. In the distance, a dog barked as Richard led them up the cobbled alley. He brought his escorts to a halt outside the small yard behind the Anderson family's home. The yard was still cluttered with cut-offs, wood scraps, shavings, stickered lumber, and the two carving benches. Richard heard neither the sound of wood being worked nor voices. He swung open the gate and made his way through the clutter. The workshop remained silent. A knock produced no response. Richard pushed open one of the double doors and called out. There was no reply. "Clive," Richard called again. "Darby, Erling, is anyone home?" Old chairs and templates still hung from pegs on the dusty walls, and the cobwebs still hung in all the corners. Upstairs, instead of the aroma of meat pies and boiling turnips, like the last time Richard had been to the Anderson home, there was the heavy stench of death. In one of the chairs he had made sat Clive Anderson. He was dead. In his arms he was holding the stiff corpse of his wife. Richard stood stunned at the sight. Behind, he heard Kahlan let out a mournful cry. Dreffin went to the bedrooms. After a brief look, he returned and shook his head. Richard stood staring at the dead husband and wife. He tried to imagine Clive's misery as he sat there, sick with the plague, holding his dead wife in his arms, his dreams and hopes dead in his arms. Dreffin eased a hand under Richard's arm and pulled him away. "Richard, there's nothing to be done. We'd best go and have a dead cart sent." Kahlan pressed her face against his shoulder as she wept. He saw the stricken look on the faces of Berdine and Raina. He saw their fingers find one another and curl together, a furtive, comforting touch. Nadine glanced away from the rest of them. Richard felt sudden sorrow for her. She was alone among them. Thankfully, Dreffin rested a comforting hand on her shoulder. The room droned with painful silence. Richard held Kahlan to him as they went down the stairs. The others followed behind. When they reached the workshop, he took a breath at last. The stench upstairs had nearly gagged him. Just then, Erling, the grandfather, walked through the door. He started at seeing the 6 people standing in his workshop. "I'm sorry, Erling," Richard said. "We didn't mean to invade your home. We came to check. Erling nodded distantly. "My boy's dead. Hattie, too. I had to go out. I couldn't carry them by myself." "We'll have a cart sent right away. There are some soldiers on the next street over. I'll send them right away to help you." Erling nodded again. "That would be kind of you. The rest of them, are they?" Erling's bloodshot eyes turned up. "My wife, daughter, son, his wife, Darby, and little Lily, all dead." His mouth worked as his eyes watered up. "Beth, she recovered. Got well again, she did. I couldn't care for her. I just now took her to Hattie's sister. So far, their home is still sound." Richard laid a hand gently on Erling's arm. "I'm so sorry. Dear spirits, I'm so sorry." Erling nodded. "Thank you." He cleared his throat. "Long as I've lived, you'd think it would be me, not the young'uns. The spirits weren't fair in this. Not fair at all." "I know," Richard said. "They're at a place of peace now. We all go there sooner or later. They'll be with you again." Out in the alley, after they had made sure that Erling didn't need anything, they all paused to gather their wits. "Raina," Richard said, "please run over to the next street where we saw those soldiers. Get them over here right now. Tell them to get those bodies out of there for Erling." "Of course," she said, before dashing away. Her dark braid flew behind as she ran. "I don't know what to do," Richard whispered. "What do you do for someone who has just lost his whole family? Everyone he loved. I felt a fool. I didn't know what to say." Dreffin squeezed Richard's shoulder. "You said the right things, Richard. You did." "He took comfort in your words, Richard," Nadine said. "That was all you could do." "All I can do," Richard repeated as he stared off. Kahlan squeezed his hand. Berdine's hand touched his. He gripped it. The 3 of them stood linked in shared sorrow. Richard paced as he waited for Raina to return. The sun was almost down. It would be dark before they got back to the palace. The least he could do was wait until Erling had help getting his dead son and daughter-in-law out of the house. Kahlan and Berdine stood close together, leaning against the wall beside the Andersons' yard. Dreffin, hands clasped behind his back, looking to be lost in thought, strolled a ways back down the alley. Nadine went to the other side of the alley alone and leaned against the clapboard wall. Richard paced as he thought about the Temple of the Winds and the magic stolen by Jagang's order. Richard could think of no way to stop this slaughter. When he thought about Tristan Bashkar's eyes on Kahlan, Richard's blood boiled. Richard paused. His head came up. Nadine was behind him. He had the oddest sensation. The hair on the back of his neck stiffened. Richard heard the air whine as he spun. The world slowed. Sound dragged. He floated as he moved. The air felt as thick as mud. Everyone seemed a statue in his vision. Time was his. His arms stretched out as he drifted ahead. He commanded the thickness of the air. In the eerie silence, he could hear the feathers singing. He could hear the hiss of blade. Time was his. Nadine's startled blink took forever. He closed his fist. With a slam of sound, the world crashed back with a wild rush. In his fist, Richard held a bolt from a crossbow. The blade wasn't 3 inches from Nadine's wide eyes. A fraction of a second more, and it would have killed her. That fraction of a second had been an hour to him.
Richard, Nadine panted, how did you catch that arrow? I hope you can understand that it gives me the creeps, not that I'm complaining, she was quick to add.
Dreffin was there, his jaw hanging open. How did you do that? He whispered. I'm a wizard, remember? Richard said as he turned, looking in the direction from which the arrow had come. He thought he saw movement. Kahlan clutched a trembling Nadine.
Are you all right?
Nadine nodded and let out a belated, frightened cry as Kahlan pulled her to her in a reassuring embrace. Richard's eyes locked on a movement as his fist snapped the arrow in half. He took off running. Berdine raced after him. Richard turned as he ran. Find some soldiers. I want this whole area closed off. I want him caught. Berdine cut down the street, going after soldiers. Richard ran like the wind on a storm. Rage inundated him. Someone had tried to kill Nadine. In that instant, Nadine wasn't a woman sent by Shota to marry him, a woman who was causing him trouble. In that instant, she was simply an old friend from home. The full fury of the magic took him. Buildings flashed by. Dogs barked as he raced past. People in the alley cried out and dived for safety. A woman screamed as she cowered against a small, crooked storage building. Richard vaulted the low board fence where he had seen the movement. In mid-leap, he drew his sword. The air rang with the unique sound of steel. He rolled as he landed, coming to his feet with the sword in both hands. He found himself face to face with a white goat. There was no man there. A crossbow lay on the ground, between the board fence and a squat goat shed. Richard looked around in all directions. Sheets and shirts hung from lines. A woman, her hair wrapped in a blue scarf, stood on a balcony beyond the flapping laundry. Richard slid his sword back into its scabbard and cupped his hands around his mouth. "Did you see a man here?" he yelled up at the woman. She lifted her arm, pointing off to her right. "I saw someone running that way," she called from the distance. Richard dashed off in the direction the woman had pointed. The alley narrowed. Beyond the tunnel of buildings, the passageway opened onto a street. He looked both ways. He seized the arm of a young woman. A man came through here. Which way did he go? In fright, she tried to pull away, at the same time holding her hat on with her other hand.
"There be people all about. Which man?"
Richard released her arm. Up the street to his left, he saw a man righting an overturned hand cart full of fresh greens. The man looked up when Richard skidded to a panting halt before him. What did he look like? The man who ran through here. What did he look like? The man straightened his broad-rimmed hat. "Don't know," he pointed. "I was looking for a good spot. I heard the sound as my cart fell over. I saw a dark shape running up that way." Richard ran on. The ancient part of the city branched into a warren of alleys, streets, and twisting passageways. Only by keeping track of the golden glow in the western sky could he keep his bearings. That didn't mean, though, that the man he chased had run in a specific direction. He was probably just running, trying to get away. Richard came across a patrol of a dozen soldiers. Before they had time to salute, he was talking. A man came running through here somewhere. Did any of you see him?
We saw no one running. What did he look like?
I don't know. He attacked us with a crossbow and then ran. I want him found. Spread out and start searching. Before they could be on their way, Raina came running up the street with a good 50 men.
Did you see where he went? She asked, gasping for breath.
No, I lost him in here somewhere. I want all of you to spread out and find him. One of the soldiers, a sergeant, spoke up.
Lord Roll, a man who wants to escape would make himself obvious by running. A man with any sense at all would simply round the corner and walk away.
The sergeant gestured back up the street to make his point. There were people everywhere going about their business, although a good many were staring at the excitement on their street. Any number of them could have been the man he was chasing.
Any idea at all what this assassin looks like?
Richard shook his head in frustration. I never got a look at him. He raked back his hair as he caught his breath. Split up. Half of you go back in the direction we came from. Question everyone you can find to see if anyone got a look at him, at a man running. He may be walking now, but until he got somewhere along in here, he was running. Raina, a geel in hand, took up her defensive position close beside him. The rest of you come with me, Richard said. We'll pick up some more men. I want to keep searching. Maybe we'll come across someone walking and he'll panic and try to run again. If he does, I want him, alive. It was late in the night by the time they returned to the confessor's palace. Soldiers there were already on high alert. Men stood with swords and battle axes to hand, arrows nocked and spears leveled. Others patrolled the expansive grounds. A mouse wouldn't have escaped their intense scrutiny. As Kahlan, Berdine, Raina, Dreffin, and Nadine accompanied him into the gathering hall inside, Richard saw Tristan Bashkar waiting there, hands clasped behind his back as he paced. He halted and looked up when he heard them coming. Richard drifted to a stop as the contrite-looking ambassador approached. Those escorting Richard gathered in a knot behind him, except Kahlan, who stood close at his side. With a hand in the air, Tristan hailed them.
Lord Rawl, may I have a word with you, please?
Richard swept his gaze over the man, noticing that he didn't rest his hand on a hip so as to show off his fancy knife. Richard held up a finger. One moment, please. Richard turned a little to the rest of them. It's late. We have a lot of work to do, so I want you to get some rest. Berdine, I want you to go up to the keep and stand guard with Kara tonight. Berdine frowned.
Both of us?
Richard scowled. Isn't that what I said? Yes, both of you. With this trouble, I don't want to take any chances.
I will guard the Mother Confessor's room, then, Raina said.
No, Richard lifted a thumb. I want you guarding Nadine's room. She was the one who was attacked.
Yes, Lord Rawl, Raina stammered. I'll see to setting up a guard of soldiers outside the Mother Confessor's room, then.
If I wanted soldiers around Kahlan's room, I'd have told you so, now wouldn't I? Raina's face reddened. I want all the soldiers doing their jobs, patrolling the entrances, the palace grounds, and a perimeter around the grounds. Every one of them. The danger is from out there, not in here. Kahlan is perfectly safe inside the palace. I don't want men who should be guarding outside instead, sitting on their bottoms around Kahlan's room inside. I'll not have it, do you hear me?
But Lord Rawl,
don't question me. I'm not in the mood. Kahlan touched his arm. Richard, she whispered, are you sure that someone tried to kill Nadine? They nearly succeeded. Or did some of you miss the significance of that? I'll not take any more chances. I want her protected, and I don't want to hear any more arguments. Dreffin, I want you to start carrying a sword at once. Healers are a target. Everyone stared at the floor in silence. Good. Richard turned his glare on Tristan. What is it? Tristan spread his hands.
Lord Rawl, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. I realize I seemed insensitive, but I've been worried about the people here who are sick and dying. It set my nerves on edge. I meant to cause no ill will between us. I hope you will accept my apology.
Richard studied Tristan's eyes. Yes, of course. Apology accepted, and I'm sorry that I lost my temper. I, too, have been out of sorts. Richard put a hand on Nadine's shoulder. Someone tried to kill one of my healers, a person devoted to helping others. People are beginning to blame healers because the plague continues to spread. I can't allow harm to come to people who are only trying their best to help.
Yes, of course. You are most kind to accept my apology.
Thank you, Lord Rahl. Just don't forget, Ambassador, that your time runs out tomorrow. Tristan bowed. I realize that, and you will know my stand by tomorrow, Lord Rahl. You have my word. Good night, then. Richard rounded on the rest of them. We have a lot of work to do tomorrow. It's very late. As Dreffin is constantly reminding me, we need to get some sleep. You all have your orders. Any questions? Each answered with a silent shake of the head. 2 hours after they had returned to the palace, and Richard had sent them all to bed, Kahlan thought she saw something move in her room. The lamp on the far wall was turned down low. The clouds hid the moon, so there was no light coming in the glassed doors to the balcony. The thick carpet silenced the sound of footsteps, if there were any. The weak flame from the lamp was all that betrayed the shape she thought she saw. Another motion came from across the room, a hint of shadowed movement. She hadn't seen a person enter her rooms. It could be nothing other than her imagination. The day had left her in an edgy state. With the next silent step, there was no doubt there was someone in her room. Someone slipped ever closer to her bed. As furtive as the movements were, he had closed the distance in remarkably short order. Kahlan didn't move a muscle as she saw the knife glint in the dim lamplight. She held her breath. A powerful arm stabbed hatefully into her bed. The arm rose and fell, stabbing in quick succession. With a finger, Richard pushed on the balcony door. It swung open on silent hinges. Berdine glided across the room the instant Richard gave her a hand signal. When she was in place, he tapped the glass once. Berdine turned up the wick on the lamp. Tristan Bashkar straightened beside Kahlan's bed, knife in hand, panting with the effort of what he had just been doing. Toss down the knife, Ambassador, Richard said in a quiet tone. Tristan spun the knife in his fingers, seizing the blade in preparation to throw it. Berdine's aiguille to the back of his neck dropped him instantly. She pressed the aiguille down on his shoulder to support herself as she bent and picked up the knife. Tristan howled in pain. Berdine straightened, coming up with 3 knives. You were right, Richard, Dreffin said from behind. I can't believe it, Nadine said as she stepped up into the lamplight. Believe it, General Curson said, as he too came in from the balcony. I'd say Tristan Bashkar has nullified his immunity as a diplomat. Richard put 2 fingers between his lips and whistled. Raina charged through the door ahead of a large contingent of Daharan soldiers bristling steel. 2 of them lit more lamps. Richard hooked his thumbs behind his belt as he stood beside Kahlan, a towering black form defined with gold trim on his tunic and silver ornaments, buckles, and wristbands, watching the soldiers haul Tristan to his feet. You were right, Richard, she said. He attacked Nadine to draw the guard off me. It was me he was after all along. For a while, she had thought he had lost his mind. His performance had convinced everyone, including Tristan. Thanks for believing me, Richard whispered. When he had first told her what he was doing, Kahlan had suspected that Richard had accused Tristan because of the incident earlier. Kahlan had not put words to it, but she had wondered if Richard was simply acting out of jealousy. Since she had told him what Shota said, he had now twice displayed jealousy, something she had never before seen from him. He didn't have any reason to be jealous, but Shota's words played on his mind, casting in doubt. Whenever she looked at Nadine, Kahlan understood his feelings. Whenever she saw Nadine so much as standing near him, Kahlan felt the hot claws of jealousy rake through her insides. She knew that Shota and the spirit had told her the truth. She knew that she would not have Richard. Her mind tried to put rational thought to it, to tell her that it would work out, that they would be together. But her heart knew better. Richard would marry Nadine. Kahlan would marry another man. Richard refused to believe it. At least he said he refused to believe it. She wondered. In her mind's eye, Kahlan saw Clive Anderson sitting dead in his chair, holding his dead wife. In comparison to the tragedy that had befallen the Anderson family and so many others, what price was an unhappy marriage? Wouldn't it be worth that price if it would stop the appalling suffering and death? Nadine slipped up next to Richard on the other side. Drawing the guard off Kahlan or not, I'd have been dead. Thank you, Richard. I've never seen anything like the way you caught that arrow right in front of my face. Richard gave her a quick one-armed hug. Nadine, you've said thank you enough times.
You'd have done the same for me." Kahlan felt those hot claws again. She suppressed the feeling. As Shota had said, if she loved him, she would want him to have at least the small comfort of it being someone he knew. But what if he had killed me? I mean, if he just wanted to draw the guard away from Kahlan, what if he had killed me? What good would that have done him? He knows I have the gift and counted on that. If he had happened to kill you, it might still have worked. Or he could have faked something similar with Dreffen, reinforcing our belief that the target was healers and not Kahlan. Why didn't he just shoot Kahlan with the arrow? Richard watched the one-sided struggle on the other side of Kahlan's bed. Because he likes to use that knife of his. He wanted to feel it when he killed her. His words gave Kahlan a chill. She knew Tristan. Richard might be right. Tristan would have gotten pleasure from it. The soldiers wrestled Tristan's arms behind his back as they hauled him to his feet. He was still full of fight, but he was grossly overpowered. More lamps were lit as the room filled with soldiers. Kahlan felt embarrassed to have all those people in her bedroom. She guessed it was because the Mother Confessor's rooms had always been a private sanctuary, a safe place. A man had invaded that sanctuary, a man intent on stabbing her to death. "What's this all about?" Tristan shouted. "Oh, we just thought we'd like to watch a man stabbing a nightdress stuffed with tow," Richard said. General Curzon inspected the prisoner to assure himself that Berdine had found all his weapons. When he was satisfied, he turned to Richard. "What would you like done, Lord Rao?" "Behead him." Kahlan turned in shock. "Richard, you can't do that." "You saw him. He thought he was killing you." "But he didn't. He only stabbed my empty bed. The spirits mark a difference between intent and deed." "He tried to kill Nadine, too." "I did no such thing," Tristan shouted. "That wasn't me. I haven't even left the palace tonight." Richard turned a cold glare on Tristan. "You have white hairs on your knees, white goat hairs. You knelt behind that fence while you aimed the crossbow and got the goat hairs on you." Kahlan glanced down and saw that Richard was right. "You're crazy. I never did." "Richard," Kahlan said, "he didn't kill Nadine either. He may have tried, but he didn't. You can't execute him for intent." Richard closed his fist around the amulet at his chest, the amulet representing the dance with death. No mercy. The general's eyes left Kahlan and returned to Richard. "Lord Rao?" "Richard," Kahlan insisted, "you can't." Richard glared at Tristan. "He killed those women. He sliced them up with his fancy knife." "You like to cut people, don't you, Tristan?" "What are you talking about? I never killed anyone, except in war." "No," Richard said. "And you didn't try to kill Kahlan, and you didn't try to kill Nadine, and there aren't white goat hairs on your pants." Tristan's panicked brown eyes turned to Kahlan. "Mother Confessor, I didn't kill you. I didn't kill her. You said it yourself. The spirits mark a difference between intent and deed. I didn't kill anyone. You can't let him do this." Kahlan recalled the whispers about Tristan, the whispers that when he went into battle he drew his knife instead of his sword, and that he got sadistic pleasure from cutting people. Those women were killed for sadistic pleasure. "What was it you told me, Tristan? That you often had to resort to the charms of coin for the company of a woman? And that if you broke our rules, you would expect to be subjected to our choice of punishment?" "What about the trial? I've killed no one. Intent is not the same as deed." "And what was your intent, Tristan?" Richard asked. "Why did you intend to kill Kahlan?" "It wasn't because I wanted to. It wasn't for pleasure, as you think. It was to save lives." Richard lifted an eyebrow. "Killing to save lives?" "You've killed people. You don't do it for the pleasure of killing, but to save the lives of innocent people. That's all I'm guilty of, trying to save innocent lives. The Imperial Order sent representatives to the royal palace in Sandalar. They told us to join with them or die. Jarvis Kadar, our star guide, told me I must watch the skies for a sign. When the red moons came and the plague started, I knew what they meant. I was going to kill the Mother Confessor in order to try to gain favor with the Order, so that they wouldn't send a plague to us, too. I was only trying to save my people." Richard's eyes turned to Kahlan. "How far is Sandalar?" "A month there and back. Maybe a few days less." Richard looked back at the general. Get some officers together to take command of the Jarian forces and capital. Have them take Tristan's head to the royal family and tell them that he was executed for attempting to kill the mother confessor. The officers are to offer Jara surrender to Dahara under the peaceful terms already offered. It's a month, there and back. The king himself is to return with the surrender documents. I expect him and the Daharan guard sent to accompany him back here within 1 month from tomorrow.
Tell the king that if they don't surrender,
and our men don't return safely, I will personally ride into Sandalar at the head of an army, and I will behead every member of the royal family. We will then conquer Jara and occupy the capital. The occupation will not be friendly.
General Curson clapped a fist to the chainmail over his heart.
It will be as you say, Lord Rahl. Richard, Kahlan whispered, what if what he says is true, that he didn't kill those women? I could touch him with my confessor's power, and we would know for sure. No, I'll not have you touching him or hearing the things he did to those women. He's a monster. I don't want you to have to touch him. But what if he's telling the truth? What if he didn't kill those women? Richard's fist gripped the amulet at his chest. I'm not having him put to death for the murder of those women. He tried to kill you. I saw it. As far as I'm concerned, the intent is the same as the deed. He is going to pay for the intent, the same as he would have paid for the deed. Richard turned a cold, dark glare back to the soldiers. Last night alone, 300 people died of the plague. He would have joined with the murderers who caused it. I want the men on their way to Jara first thing in the morning, and I want his head to go with them. You have your orders. Get him out of here. Chapter 52. When she saw Dreffin coming from the other direction, Kahlan set down the basket of clean bandages and rags she was carrying. Even though Richard had only ordered it as part of his ruse to convince Tristan that his plan was working, Dreffin was still wearing a sword. Perhaps it wasn't such a bad idea. Some people were beginning to resent healers because they spoke out against the potions and cures being sold on the streets. She brushed back her hair. How are they? Dreffin sighed as he glanced back up the hall. One died last night. Most are worse. We have 6 new ones today. Dear spirits, she whispered. What is to happen to us? Dreffin lifted her chin. We will persevere. Kahlan nodded. Dreffin, if so many of the staff are coming down sick and so many have died already, what good is this infernal smoke doing? I'm sick of breathing it. The smoke is doing no good for the plague. Kahlan blinked up at him. Then why must we keep doing it? Dreffin smiled sadly. The people think it helps keep the plague from being worse. It makes them feel better that we're doing something and that there is hope. If we stop, then they will think there is no hope. Is there? Is there any hope? I don't know, he whispered. Have you heard last night's report yet? He nodded. In the last week, the number of dead has continued to rise. Last night, it was up to over 600. Kahlan looked away despondently. I wish we could do something. Shota had told her that a way would come. The spirit had told her that a way would come. She couldn't bear the thought of losing Richard, but she also couldn't bear the thought of all the people who were dying. Well, Dreffin said, I'm going to make my rounds through the city. Kahlan clasped his forearm. He flinched. It was a reaction that she, as a confessor, was used to. She took her hand back. I know you can do nothing to stop it, but thank you for all your aid anyway. Just your words help those living to have hope. A healer's best aid, words. Most of the time it's all we can do to help. Most people think being a healer means healing people. That actually happens rarely. I learned a long time ago that being a healer means living with pain and suffering. How's Richard? Have you seen him this morning? He's in his office. He looked fine. I made him get some sleep. Good. He needed rest. Dreffin's blue eyes searched hers. He did what he had to do with that man who tried to kill you. But I know that despite how resolute he appeared, it was a terribly hard thing for him to do. Killing a man, even one who richly deserves it, is not something that comes easily to Richard. I know, Kahlan said. I know that condemning a man to death weighs heavily on him. I myself have had to order the deaths of people.
In a time of peace, you have the luxury of order, but in war, you must act. Hesitation is death.
And have you told that to Richard?
Kahlan smiled. Of course I have. He knows he did what he had to, and that those of us close to him understand. In his place, I would have done the same, and I told him so.
Someday, I hope to have a woman of half your strength, Dreffin smiled. To say nothing of your beauty. Well, I must be off.
Kahlan watched him walk away. His trousers were still too tight. She blushed at the thought and turned back to her work. Nadine was in the sick room, tending to people in 2 rows of beds. The infirmary held 20 beds, and they were all full, with more people on blankets on the floor. There were others sick in other rooms. Thanks, Nadine said, when Kahlan set down the clean things she had brought. Nadine was putting herbs in pots, making teas. Other women who tended the sick were changing sheets, cleaning and wrapping open sores, or serving tea to the patients. Nadine plucked a cloth from the basket, dipped it in a basin of water, wrung it out, and laid it across the forehead of a moaning woman. Nadine patted the woman's shoulder. There you go, dear. How does that feel? The woman managed only a weak smile and nod. Kahlan did the same for several more people, dabbing a cool, damp cloth to their sweaty faces, offering soft words of comfort. You could be a healer, Nadine said as she paused beside Kahlan. You have a kind touch. That's the only thing I know to do. I couldn't heal anyone. Nadine leaned close. And do you think I am? Kahlan glanced around the room. I see what you mean, but at least you have devoted your life to helping people. My life is devoted to duty, to fighting. What do you mean? In the end, I am a warrior. My duty is to hurt people in order to save others. It is left to people like you to heal those remaining when people like me are finished fighting. Nadine stood close to her. Sometimes I wish I was a warrior and could fight to end the suffering, so that there wouldn't be so many wounded for the healers to tend to. Kahlan finally had to leave the room. She couldn't stand the stink, and the smoke was making her sick. Nadine felt the same and went with her. They both slid their backs down the wall and sat on the floor. I feel helpless, Nadine said. Back home, if someone had a headache, I'd give him something, and he'd get to feeling better. If a woman was pregnant, I'd help settle her stomach, or I'd help deliver the baby when it was time. It seemed I was always helping people. This is different. All I do is comfort people who are going to die and wonder the whole time if it will be me on the bed tomorrow. I don't know what to do for any of them. I feel totally useless. I wish I'd come here to help these people instead of watching them die. I know, Kahlan whispered. It must have been a lot more satisfying to help a woman deliver a baby. Nadine stared off in thought. Sometimes a woman would tell me that it seemed like it would never happen, that it seemed unreal. She'd wait, knowing it would happen but never really believing it, dreading the things she'd heard about how hard it would be, dreading the pain. Sometimes they think things will change, like they'll wake up one day and not be pregnant or something. Then the baby would come. Suddenly she'll be in a panic. The time has come. She'll be terrified that it's really happening at last. Sometimes they'll scream just from that fear, the fear of the pain. That's when I can help them. I'm there with them. I reassure them that it will be all right. For the first time for some of them, they finally believe it's happening. I guess it's only natural to dread such a profound change in their lives. Until it's over, until the day is upon them, some of them are miserable with dread. Together in the silence of the hall, they sat, resting, listening to the moans from the sick room. Nadine, you still think you will end up marrying Richard, don't you? Nadine glanced over, scratching her freckled nose, but she didn't answer. I didn't ask that to start in on you or anything. I just meant, well, like you said, you might end up on one of those beds in there. I was just thinking, it could be me, too. I could get the plague or something. Nadine watched her. You won't. Don't say that. You won't get it. Kahlan ran her thumbnail along a joint in the floorboards. But I could. I was just thinking that if I did, or something, well, what about Richard? He'd be alone. What are you saying? Kahlan looked into Nadine's soft brown eyes. If for some reason you ended up being the one with him instead of me, you'd be good to him, wouldn't you? You'd always be good to him? Nadine swallowed.
Of course I would. I'm serious, Nadine. There's so much happening. I want to know that you wouldn't ever hurt him. I'd never hurt Richard. You hurt him before. Nadine turned away and scratched her shoulder. That was different. I was trying to win him. I would have done anything to get him to be with me. I already explained it to you. I know. Kahlan picked at a little stone stuck in the crack between the floorboards. But if something happened, and it turned out that you were the one to marry him, I want to know that you'd never do anything like that to him again. I'd like to hear it from you, that you would never do anything to hurt Richard. Anything. Nadine met Kahlan's eyes for a moment before glancing away. If I ever ended up with Richard, I would make him the happiest man in the world. I'd take the best care of him that any woman ever took of any man. I would love him better than... Well, I'd do my very best to make him happy. Kahlan felt the familiar pain gnaw at her insides. She endured it. Do you swear that that's the truth? Yes. Kahlan looked away and wiped at her eyes. Thanks, Nadine. That's what I wanted to know. Why are you asking me such a thing? Kahlan cleared her throat. As I said, I'm worried that I might get the plague, too. If anything happens, I could bear it better if I knew that there was someone who would take care of Richard. Near as I can figure, Richard pretty much takes care of himself. Do you know that that man can cook better than me? Kahlan laughed. Nadine laughed with her. Isn't that the truth? Kahlan said. I guess where Richard is concerned, a woman can only hope to go along with him for the ride. Lord Roll! Richard turned to see General Curzon calling out for him. He let go of Kahlan's hand. Kara glided to a stop behind Kahlan. Yes, what is it, General? The general came to a halt, waving a letter. A dusty, tired-looking soldier followed behind, along with the general's usual guard. A message from General Reibisch with his army to the south. The general lifted a thumb. Grissom here just rode in. Richard glanced to the young soldier, still panting to get his breath. He smelled like a horse. Richard thought he would much rather smell like a horse and be out riding than sitting in a little room day after day translating the mad account of a trial and execution. He guessed that if his labors were doing him any good, he might feel differently. He broke the seal and opened the letter. When he finished reading it, he handed the letter to Kahlan. Take a look. While Kahlan read the letter, Richard turned to the messenger. How is our army to the south doing? Fine when I left him, Lord Rawl, Grissom said. The Sisters of the Light caught up with us, as they said you told them to do. They're all together with our men. We're awaiting orders. The letter had said much the same thing. When Kahlan had finished reading, Richard took the letter and handed it to General Curzon. The general idly scratched his graying hair as he read the letter. He looked up when he had finished. What do you think, Lord Rawl? Makes sense to me. I don't think we should bring all those men back up north right now. As General Reibisch says, they would be in a position to know about it if the order moves very far into the New World. What do you think? Richard asked as he passed the letter back to Kara. The general hiked up his trousers. I agree with Reibisch. I'd want to do the same if I were him. He's already down there. Why not put him to good use? As he says, it would be best to know what the order is up to, and if the enemy does come up north to attack us, he will be in a position to bite their ass. He winced. Sorry, Mother Confessor. Kahlan smiled. My father was a warrior general before he was king. It brings back memories. She didn't say if they were good memories. I also agree about the strategic advantage of having an army in that position. Kara handed the letter back to Richard. He's right about one other thing, too. If he abandons his position and the order went to the northeast, they would be able to sweep into Dahara unopposed. We wouldn't even know about it. That part of Dahara is sparsely populated. The order could drive north, and we would never know it until they cut west back into the Midlands. Unless they push straight for the People's Palace, the general said. That would be a fatal mistake, attacking the heart of Dahara, Kara said. Commander General Trimac of the first file of the Palace Guard would show the enemy why no army has ever attacked the palace and had so much as a single soldier live to recount the tale of their bloody defeat. The cavalry would cut them to pieces out on the Azrith plains. She's right, the general said. If the enemy goes there, the vultures will feast. Tremac will see to that. If they did go northeast up into Dahara, it would be to flank us. Best to have Reibisch guarding the gate.
Richard had another reason to want General Reibisch's army to stay south.
Lord Rawle, the messenger asked, may I ask a question?
Of course, what is it? Grissom fussed with the hilt of his short sword.
What's going on in the city? I mean, I saw men holding carts with dead people, and I saw others going through the streets calling for people to bring out their dead.
Richard took a deep breath. That's the other reason we want General Reibisch to stay down south. The plague is loose in the Midlands. Last night, 750 people died.
The spirits preserve us.
Grissom wiped his palms on his hips.
I was afraid it might be something like that.
I want you to take my reply back to General Reibisch. Having been here, I don't want you to carry the plague to him, too. When you get back, you are to pass my message along verbally. Don't approach any of his men, or any people for that matter, any closer than you must in order to be heard. When you get to their sentries, tell them to pass the message on to the general. Tell him that I find his reasoning to be sound. All of the command here agrees with him. Tell him to carry on with his plans and to keep us informed. Now that you've been here, you can't return to those men. You'll have to come back here when you've delivered the message. I want you to take a good-sized patrol with you to make sure you get our instructions through. Then all of you come back here. Grissom saluted with a fist to his heart.
It shall be as you command, Lord Rawle.
I wish I could let you return to your men, soldier, but we're trying to keep the plague from getting to the army. We have the soldiers here spread out around the city so they don't come down sick. You can tell them that, too. General Curson scratched his face.
Lord Rawle, I have to talk to you about that. I just found out myself.
Richard frowned at the general's sudden wincing expression. What is it?
Well, the plague has gotten to our men.
Richard felt his heart in his throat. Which group? The general wiped a hand across his mouth.
All of them, Lord Rawle. Seems that the prostitutes have been visiting the camps. The women thought it would be safer than plying their trade in the city, what with those murders. I don't know anything about how sickness spreads, but the Reverend told me that that might have been the way it happened.
Richard squeezed his temples between his thumb and second finger. He wanted to give up. He wanted to simply sit down on the floor and give up. I should never have had Tristan Bashkar put to death. I should have let him kill all those women. In the end, it would have saved countless lives. If I'd have known this, I'd have killed them all myself. He felt Kahlan's hand touch his back in sympathy. Dear spirits, he whispered. He could think of nothing else to say. Dear spirits, what are we doing to ourselves? Those women have just unwittingly struck a blow for Jagang. Do you want them executed, Lord Rawle? General Curson asked. No, Richard said in a quiet voice. The deed is done. It would serve no purpose now. They didn't do it intentionally to cause harm. They were just trying to keep themselves safe. Richard recalled the words of one of the temple team before he was put to death. I can no longer countenance what we do with our gift. We are not the creator, nor are we the keeper. Even a vexatious prostitute has the right to live her life. Grissom, get a patrol together, and as soon as you've had some food and rest, get my message back to General Reibisch. Grissom saluted again.
Yes, Lord Rawle. I'll get some food and supplies, and be on my way within the hour.
Richard nodded. The messenger took his leave.
Lord Rawle, the general said, if there's nothing else, I'd better see to my duties.
Yes, General. There is one more thing. Cut the 6 soldiers out of the camps. Put them in a separate camp. Let's see if we can limit the extent of the outbreak. Who knows? Maybe we can even contain it. And I don't want any prostitutes in the camps. None. Maybe we can keep the distemper lighter that way. Have all the women warned to stay away under penalty of death. Post archers with the sentries. If they continue to approach after being challenged, have the archers cut them down. The general heaved a sigh. I understand, Lord Rawle. I'll also separate out the men who have been with those women and have them tend to the sick soldiers. Good idea. Richard put his arm around Kahlan's waist as he watched the general and his guard hurry to their tasks. Why didn't I think of that before? I might have kept the plague from the soldiers if only I'd thought of it. Kahlan didn't have an answer.
Lord Rahl, Kara said, I'm going up to the Sliff to relieve Berdine. I'll go with you. I want to see if Berdine has learned anything from the journal. Besides, I need to get out of here for a while. You want to go too? He asked Kahlan. Her arm tightened around him. I'd like that. Berdine was bent over the journal reading. The Sliff looked Richard's way before Berdine did. Do you wish to travel, master? You will be pleased. No, Richard said when the echo of the eerie voice had died out. Thank you, Sliff, but not now. Berdine leaned back and yawned as she stretched her arms. Glad to see you, Kara. I can't stay awake any longer. You look like you could use some sleep. Richard gestured to the open journal on the table before her. Anything new? Berdine glanced to the Sliff as she stood. She picked up the journal and turned it around, offering it to him. She leaned closer and lowered her voice. You remember telling me about what that man said before he was put to death? What he said about even a vexatious woman having a right to her life? Richard knew what Berdine was talking about. Yes. You mean Wizard Ricker? That's the one. Well, Kolo mentioned it briefly. She tapped a place in the journal. Read here. Richard studied the sentence a moment until he had it translated in his head. Ricker's vexatious prostitute is watching me as I sit here pondering what damage the team has done. I heard today that we have lost Lothane. Ricker has had his revenge. Do you know who Lothane is? Berdine asked. He was the head prosecutor at the Temple of the Winds trial. He was the one who went to undo the damage done by the team. Richard looked up. The Sliff was watching him. He stepped closer. It had never occurred to him before. Why hadn't he thought of it before? Sliff? Yes, master. You wish to travel? Come, you will be pleased. Richard stepped closer. No, I don't wish to travel, but I would like to talk to you. Do you remember the time, long ago, when there was a great war going on? Long? I am long enough to travel. Tell me where you wish to go. You will be pleased. No, I don't mean traveling. Do you remember any names? Names? Names. Do you remember the name Ricker? The silver face watched without expression. I never betray my clients. Sliff, you were a person once, weren't you? A person like me? The Sliff smiled. No. Richard laid a hand on Kahlan's shoulder. A person like this? The silver smile widened. Yes, I was a whore like her. Kahlan cleared her throat. I think Richard meant to ask if you were a woman, Sliff. Yes, I was a woman, too. What was your name? Richard asked. Name? The Sliff frowned as if puzzled. I am the Sliff. Who made you into the Sliff? Some of my clients. Why? Why did they make you into the Sliff? Because I never reveal my clients. Sliff, could you explain that better? Some of the wizards here in this place were my clients, the most powerful of them. I was a very exclusive whore and very expensive. Many of the wizards contended for power. Others tried to use me to displace some of those who were my clients. Some wished to use me for their pleasure, but not the kind of pleasure I offered. I never reveal my clients. You mean they would have been pleased if you told them the names of the wizards who visited you, and maybe a little more about those visits? Yes. My clients feared these others would use me for this pleasure, and so they made me the Sliff. Richard turned away. He raked his fingers back through his hair. Even as they fought the enemy, they fought among themselves. When he finally gathered his wits, he turned back to the beautiful silver face. Sliff, those men are all dead now. There is no one alive who knows these men. There are no wizards anymore to vie for power. Could you tell me a little more? They made me and told me that I would be unable to speak their names as long as they lived. They said that their power would prevent it. If it is true that their spirits have passed from this world, then it will no longer matter, and I will be able to speak their names. It was this man, Lothane,
who was one of your clients, wasn't it? And this other wizard, Ricker, thought he was a hypocrite.
Lothane.
The quicksilver face softened as she seemed to test the name.
Wizard Ricker came to me and said that this man, Lothane, was the head prosecutor and that he was a vile beast who would turn on me. He wanted my help to depose Lothane. I refused to name my clients.
Richard spoke into the silence. And Ricker's words proved true. Lothane turned on you and made you into the Sliff so that you couldn't speak out against him.
Yes. I told Lothane that I did not reveal my clients. I told him that he had no need to fear me speaking. He said that it didn't matter, that I was only a whore, and the world would never miss me. He twisted my arm and hurt me. He used me for his pleasure without my permission. When he finished, he laughed, and then I saw a flash of light in my mind. Ricker came to me after and told me that he would put an end to Lothane and wizards like him. He wept at the edge of my well and said he was sorry for what they did to me. He told me that he would put a stop to the way magic destroyed people.
Were you sad? Berdine asked.
Was it sad to be made into the Sliff? They took sadness from me when they made me.
Did they take happiness, too? Kahlan whispered.
They left me with duty.
Even in this, they had made a mistake. They left some of who the Sliff had been so that they could use her. The part they left would submit to anyone with the price required. Magic. They had been tripped up by her nature. They used her, but had to guard her because she would offer herself to anyone, even the enemy, who had the required price. Sliff, Richard said. I'm so sorry that we wizards did this to you. They had no right. I'm so sorry.
The Sliff smiled. Wizard Ricker told me that if any master said those words to me, I should tell them these words from him. Ward left in, ward right out. Guard your heart from stone.
What does that mean?
He did not explain the words to me.
Richard felt sick. Were they going to die because of a 3,000-year-old fight for power? Perhaps Jagang was right. Perhaps magic had no place in the world any longer. Richard turned back to the others. Berdine, you need to get some sleep. Raina has to be up early to relieve Kara. She needs to get to bed, too. Set a guard for Kahlan's rooms, and then both of you get some rest. I've had enough of this day, too. Richard was in a dead sleep when he awakened to a hand pushing at him. He sat up and rubbed at his eyes, trying to gather his senses in a panic. What? What is it? His voice sounded to him like gravel being poured from a bucket.
Lord Ral,
came a tearful voice.
Are you awake?
Richard squinted up at the figure holding a lamp. At first he couldn't make out who it was. Berdine? He had never seen her in anything but her leather uniform before. She was standing in his room in a white nightdress. Her hair was down. He had never seen Berdine without her hair in the single braid. It was a disorienting sight. Richard swung his legs over the edge of the bed and pulled his pants on in a rush. Berdine, what is it? What's wrong? She wiped at the tears on her face.
Lord Ral, please come.
She let out a sob.
Raina is sick.
Chapter 53. Verna shut the door as silently as she could after Warren dragged the flailing woman back into the darkness. His hand was clamped just as tightly over her mouth as his web was clamped around her gift. Verna wouldn't have been able to control the woman's magic as well as could Warren. The gift of a wizard was stronger than a sorceress's, even Verna's gift. Verna lit a small flame above her upturned palm. The woman's eyes widened and then filled with tears. Yes, Janet, it's me, Verna. If you promise not to cry out and betray us, I will have Warren release you. Janet nodded earnestly. Verna gripped her dakra in her other fist, held out of sight, just in case she was wrong. She gave a nod to Warren, signaling him to release the young woman. When she was free, Janet flung her arms around Verna's neck. She rejoiced with a soft sob. Warren held up his palm, letting a small flame dance above it so they could see. The tiny room was made of huge blocks of dark stone, as was the rest of the stronghold. Milky water seeped through some of the joints, leaving trails of crusty stains down the walls.
Oh, Verna,
Janet whispered.
You have no idea what a joy it is to see your face.
Verna embraced the trembling woman as she wept softly while clutching at Verna's cloak. Verna still had the dakra in her fist, behind Janet's back. Verna eased her away to smile at the tear-stained face. She wiped away some of the tears and smoothed back Janet's dark locks. Janet kissed her ring finger, an ancient gesture beseeching the Creator's protection. Even though she had been reasonably sure Janet was loyal to the light, Verna was relieved to see such confirmation. A sister of the dark was sworn to the keeper of the underworld and would never kiss her ring finger. It was an act that represented a sister's symbolic betrothal to the Creator. It was the one thing that a sister of the dark could not do. A sister of the dark could not hide her loyalty to her true master, the keeper, by kissing her ring finger, for kissing that finger would invoke her dark master's wrath. Verna slipped the dakra back up her sleeve as Janet glanced back at Warren. They exchanged smiles. Both Verna and Warren took in Janet's bizarre garb. She was barefoot. The baggy garment, cinched at the waist with a white cord, covered her from ankles to neck to wrists, but was so sheer that the woman might as well have been naked. Between a thumb and finger, Verna tugged out some of the diaphanous material. "What in the name of creation are you doing wearing this?" Janet glanced down at herself. "Jagang makes all his slaves dress like this. After a while, you don't even notice anymore." "I see." Verna could see that Warren was doing his best to avert his eyes. "Verna, what are you doing here?" Janet asked in a demure voice. Verna grinned and pinched Janet's cheek. "I came to get you out of here, silly. I came to rescue you. We're friends. Did you think I'd leave you here?" Janet blinked in astonishment. "The prelate let you come after me?" Verna lifted her hand, showing the woman the sunburst-patterned ring of the prelate. "I am the prelate." Janet's jaw fell open. She dropped to the floor and began kissing the hem of Verna's dress. Verna gripped Janet's shoulder and urged her to her feet. "Stop that. There's no time for that." But how? What happened? How can this be? What has happened?" "Verna, those webs won't hold for long," Warren cautioned in a thin whisper. "We've already overstayed our welcome." "Janet, listen to me. We can talk later, after we get you out of here. The things we had to do to get in here only give us a brief time to get back out. It's dangerous for us to be here." "I should say so," Janet said. "Prelate, you must—" "Verna, we're friends. It's still Verna." "Verna, how in creation did you ever get into Jagang's stronghold? You must get out at once. If you are found—" Verna frowned and touched the ring through Janet's lower lip. "What's this?" Janet paled. "It marks me as one of Jagang's slaves." She started shivering. "Verna, save yourself. Get out of here. You must get out," she whispered urgently. "I agree," Warren whispered through gritted teeth. "Let's go." Verna pushed her cloak back over her shoulders, out of the way. "I know. Now that we've got you, we can go." "Dear Creator, you have no idea how much I'd like to go with you, but if I did, you can't imagine what Jagang would do to me. Oh, dear Creator, you can't imagine." Her eyes flooded with tears at the very thought. Verna embraced her for a moment. "Janet, listen to me. I'm your friend. You know I wouldn't lie to you." She waited until the other nodded. "There is a way to keep the Dreamwalker from your mind." Janet clutched Verna's dress at the shoulders. "Verna, don't torment me with hope that I know is false. You have no idea how much I'd like to believe you, but I know it's true. Listen to me, Janet. I'm the prelate now. Don't you think Jagang would take me if he could? Why do you think he hasn't taken the others? He can't, that's why." Janet was shivering again, tears running down her cheeks. Warren put a hand to her back. "What Verna says is true, Sister Janet. Jagang can't get into our minds. Come with us and you will be safe. Hurry." "How?" Janet whispered. Verna leaned close. "You remember Richard?" "Of course. Trouble and wonder in one person." Verna smiled at the truth of that. "He has the gift. That's why I went after him, but there is more to it. He is born with both sides of it. More than that, though, he is a Ral. 3,000 years ago in the Great War, Richard's ancestor created a magic to block the Dreamwalkers of that time from his people's minds. That magic was passed down to his descendants who have the gift." Janet's fist tightened on Verna's dress. "How? How does it work?" Verna smiled.
It's so simple that it's hard to believe. The most powerful magic is sometimes like that. All that is necessary is to be sworn to him in your heart, and his magic protects you from the dreamwalker. As long as Richard is alive and in this world, Jagang will never again be able to enter your mind.
I swear allegiance to Richard and I'm free of Jagang?
Verna nodded at the woman's stunned face. It's true.
What do I have to do?
Verna held up a finger to forestall Warren's objections. She went to her knees, pulling Janet down with her. Say the words with me, and mean them in your heart. Richard is a war wizard, and leads us in our fight against Jagang. We believe in him, in his heart, with all our hearts. Say the words with me, and believe, and you will be free. Janet nodded as she clasped her hands prayerfully. Tears coursed down her cheeks. Verna whispered the devotion, pausing so Janet could repeat the words after her. Master Rahl, guide us. Master Rahl, teach us. Master Rahl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Janet's whispered words echoed Verna's until she was finished. Verna kissed Janet's cheek. You are free, my friend. Now hurry, let's get out of here. Janet snatched Verna's sleeve.
What about the others?
Verna hesitated. Janet, I would like nothing better than to rescue the rest of our sisters, too, but I can't. Not now. We will try to get them later. If we try now, Jagang will have us. I came to get you because you are my friend and I love you. The 5 of us all swore to always protect each other. Phoebe is with us already. There is only you left. As much as I want to rescue the rest of our sisters, it must be left until later. I promise you, I won't forget them or leave them, but we can't do it all now, all at once. Janet's head lowered and she stared at the floor.
Jagang killed Christabel. I saw him do it. Her screams still haunt my nightmares. Her screams and Jagang.
Verna felt as if she had been punched in the gut. Christabel had been her best friend. She didn't want to know the details. Christabel had turned to the keeper. That's why I have to get you out of here, Janet. My fear for you and for what Jagang has done to you haunts my nightmares. Janet's head came up.
What about Amelia? She was one of us 5. We can't leave her.
Verna gave Janet a level look. Amelia is a sister of the dark.
Was, Janet said. No longer.
What? Verna whispered. Warren leaned over. Once you're sworn to the keeper, you can't change your mind. You can't trust what she says, Sister Janet. Now let's get out of here. She's sworn to the keeper. Janet shook her head.
No longer. Jagang sent her on some sort of mission involving magic, and in order to accomplish her task, she was forced to betray the keeper.
Impossible, Verna said.
True, Janet insisted. She's back. She has re-sworn her oath to the Creator. I've talked to her. She sits and weeps, kissing her ring finger half the night, praying to the Creator.
Verna leaned closer, looking into Janet's eyes. Janet, listen to me. Have you seen her kiss her ring finger? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Are you absolutely sure she wasn't kissing another finger? I've sat with her trying to comfort her. I've watched her. Janet kissed her own finger with a whispered supplication that if she wasn't telling the truth, she would be struck dead. Just like that. She kisses her finger just like that?
Yes. She kisses her finger and cries and prays that the Creator will kill her for the horror of what she has done.
What has she done?
I don't know. When I ask, she practically goes crazy with screaming and weeping. Jagang won't let her kill herself. He has control of her mind, as he does with the rest of us. He wouldn't let any of us kill ourselves. We must continue to serve him. Verna, we can't leave Amelia here. We have to take her with us. I won't leave her here. I'm the only comfort she has in this world. The things Jagang does to her...
Verna turned away. Her stomach roiled at the thought of leaving Amelia, if indeed she had abandoned the keeper. The 5 of them had been best friends for close to 150 years, since they were young novices. The life of a Sister of the Light was a difficult one. They had sworn oaths always to protect one another.
Verna, she is one of us, a Sister of the Light again. She is one of us 5. Please, Verna, I'd rather stay with her than leave her here alone.
Verna glanced back to Janet's haunted eyes.
Verna, we must call him Excellency, Janet said in a shuddering whisper. If we displease him for any reason at all, we have to serve a week in the tents.
Warren spoke Verna's name with rising inflection. Verna waved him to silence.
The tents? What are you saying?
Janet's eyes flooded with tears again.
He gives us to his soldiers for a week. We have gold rings so they won't kill us, because those with gold rings belong to Jagang, but they can do whatever else they want. They pass us from tent to tent for a week. Even the old sisters are sent to the tents. Jagang calls it a lesson in discipline that all must learn.
Janet fell to her knees, convulsing in sobs, as she covered her mouth with both hands. Verna sank down beside her and hugged her.
You don't know what Jagang's men do to us, Janet cried. You don't know, Verna.
I understand, Verna whispered. Hush now. It's all right now. We'll get you away from here. Janet shook her head against Verna's shoulder.
I won't leave Amelia here. I'm all she has. I'm a sister of the light. The Creator would never forgive me if I abandoned her. If I leave her, I'd be leaving my duty to the Creator. She's my friend. She came back to the light. She came back to the Creator. Jagang sent her to the tents again. If I'm not here when she comes back, she'll go crazy. No one else will tend to her. The Sisters of the Dark won't go near her, and the Sisters of the Light won't forgive her. I'm her only friend. I'm the only one who forgave her and accepted her back to the light. She'll be a bloody mess when she gets back. You don't know what Jagang's men are like. Except for broken bones, Jagang won't allow us to use the gift to heal one another when we come back from the tents. He says it's part of the lesson, that our souls may belong to the Creator when we die, but in this life, Jagang owns our bodies. We can have our broken bones knitted by the gift when we come back, but until then we have to suffer the agony of that along with everything else. If I'm not here, no one else will heal that much for her, or comfort her.
Janet was nearly hysterical.
I won't leave without Amelia.
Verna felt dizzy and sick to her stomach. Her heart pounded in terror. Bile rose into her throat. Verna's voice broke.
How do you endure it?
Janet held her fists to her heart.
We are sisters of the light. We must endure for the Creator.
Verna shared a long look with Warren's troubled eyes.
Do you know where we can find her?
Maybe we could go find her and take her with us. Janet shook her head.
We're passed among the tents. She could be anywhere. The army is spread out for miles and miles in every direction. Not long ago, more captured women were sent back here. The screams are everywhere, so you can't simply follow the sounds of screams. Besides, if we went out among the tents, we wouldn't last 5 minutes before we were dragged into one of them.
How long? Verna asked. How long until Amelia is back?
5 days, but she won't be able to walk for at least a day after that, maybe 2.
Verna held a tight grip on her rage. There's nothing saying I can't use my gift to cure her once she's back. Janet looked up.
That's true. 5 days then. Tomorrow night is the full moon. The 4th day after the full moon.
Are you able to leave this place in order to meet us? I don't think we can get back in here again.
Not very far. I can't even imagine how you could have gotten in here.
Verna showed the woman a tight smile. I'm not prelate for nothing. Warren helped too. We'll come back 4 nights after the full moon.
Verna, there's one other thing. If Jagang can't enter my dreams, he will know something is wrong.
Verna pressed her hands to her face. But you've already given the oath. You can't take it back, or it would mean nothing. You have already given your heart to Richard.
Then I'll have to be careful.
Can you do that? Can you get away with it? Janet touched her fingers to her lips.
What choice do I have? I'll have to.
Verna held out her dakra.
Here. At least you can protect yourself.
Janet pushed it away as if it were poison.
If I was caught with that thing, I'd be sent out to the tents for a year.
Well, at least you can use your gift, now that Jagang can't enter your mind to prevent it.
It won't do any good here. Jagang has total control over all those with the gift who are here, sisters and wizards. It would be spitting into a storm to try to use my gift against them.
I know. That's why we can't try to take the others right now. We'd never make it. The Sisters of the Dark would fight us, and with their use of subtractive magic, they would cut us to pieces. Verna pressed her lips together.
Janet, are you sure about this? If I don't help a sister in dire need, then what good is my oath as a sister of the light? One has come back to us from the Keeper. Perhaps she can teach us how to bring the others back.
Verna had never thought of that. Warren was making impatient eye signals. She could see the muscles in his jaw flexing. Janet saw, too. She gripped Verna by the shoulders and kissed her cheeks. She turned and hugged Warren.
Please, Verna, get out of here before it's too late. I'll be able to endure 5 days. I know how to bow and scrape for Jagang. He's been busy. Maybe I can stay out of his sight for that long.
All right. Where? We came down the coast to Graffin Harbor, and I don't know the lay of the land.
The coast? Then you would have passed the watch house near the docks.
Yes, I saw the place, but it had guards in it. Janet leaned close.
As you said, there's nothing stopping you from using your gift. The guard changes around sundown. Wait until you see the guard change, and then silence them. That will give you a safe place to wait until nearly dawn. Sometime in the night, I will be there with Amelia. The watch house, then. 4th night after the full moon.
Janet gave her a quick hug.
5 nights and we're free. Hurry, get out of here.
Warren snatched Verna's arm and pulled her through the door. Chapter 54. Soon after he awoke, just before dawn, Richard stood outside his bedroom, reading the morning report. For the first time, the number of dead in one night had climbed over 1,000. 1,000 tragedies in one night. Ulick, standing not far away with his massive arms folded, asked the number. A rare event, Ulick asking a question. Richard couldn't speak. He handed the report to his bodyguard. Ulick sighed heavily when he read the number. The city was in shambles. Trade had been disrupted to the point that food was getting scarce. Firewood used for both heat and cooking was hard to come by. Services of every kind were difficult to secure, either because people were afraid to bring their wares into the city, they had abandoned their homes and fled the city, or they were dead. Only the cures in the streets were in abundance. Richard paused beside a long tapestry of a city market scene as he was headed for his office. His shadow glided to a silent halt behind him. The thought of going back to translating the book made him nauseous. He was finding nothing new anyway. He was mired in a long report on an inquiry into the dealings Wizard Ricker had had with a people called the Andolians. It was boring and made little sense to him. Richard couldn't face the book again this early in the day. Besides, he was worried sick about Raina. In the last week, she had only gotten worse. Nothing could be done for her, any more than anything could be done for the 1,000 people who had died the night before. Shota had told Kahlan that the Temple of the Winds would send another message, would send a way to get in. The spirit had told her the same thing. Why hadn't it come? Would they all be dead before the wind sent word? Richard glanced out an east window and saw the first rays of the morning sun coming from between 2 mountains. With the gathering clouds he had already seen coming in from the west, he knew that they wouldn't be seeing the full moon that night. He headed for Kahlan's room. He had to see her face, see something that could lift his spirits. Ulick took up station beside Egan at the corner of the hall. Egan had been with Kahlan's guard the night before. Richard was greeted by Nancy, just coming out the door. "Is Kahlan up?" Nancy pulled the door closed behind herself. She glanced up the hall to see Ulick and Egan. They were too far away to hear.
"Yes, Lord Ralph. She is just a little slow this morning. She isn't feeling well."
Richard gripped the woman's arm. He thought that Kahlan had looked out of sorts for the last few days, but she had steadfastly dismissed his concerns. Richard could feel the blood draining from his face. "What's wrong? Is she sick?" "She doesn't—"
No, Nancy insisted, suddenly realizing that she had frightened the wits out of him. "Nothing like that."
"Then what's wrong?" Richard pressed. The woman patted her lower belly and leaned close. She let her voice drop to little more than a whisper.
"It's just her cycle of the moon, that's all. It'll be over in a couple more days. I wouldn't say anything, mind you, but with the plague, I don't want you to worry yourself to death. Just don't tell her I told you, or she'll bite off my head."
Richard sighed as he smiled with relief. He squeezed Nancy's hand in appreciation. "Of course not. Thank you, Nancy. You don't know how much that eases my mind. I couldn't endure it if she—" Nancy touched his arm as she gave him a warm smile.
"I know. That's the only reason I said anything."
After Nancy had trundled off down the hall, Richard knocked on the door. Kahlan had been just about to open it and was surprised to find him standing there. She smiled up at him.
"I was wrong."
"About what?"
You are more handsome than I remembered. Richard grinned. She had lifted his spirits. He gave her a quick kiss when she rose on her toes and puckered her lips. Richard gathered up her hand. I'm on my way to check on Raina. Want to come with me? She nodded, the mirth ghosting away from her face. Berdine met them not far from their room. Her eyes were red and leaden. She wore red leather. Richard didn't ask why. Lord Rahl, please, Raina is asking for you. Richard enclosed her shoulders with one arm. We were on our way there. Come on. Richard didn't ask how Berdine was. It was obvious she was sick with worry. Berdine, some people have recovered from the plague. No one is stronger than Raina. She is Mord Sith. She will be one of the ones who recovers. Berdine nodded woodenly. Raina was lying on her bed. She was wearing her red leather. Standing in the doorway, Richard leaned toward Berdine and whispered, "Why is she dressed?" He left the obvious question of why she was wearing her red leather unasked. Berdine clutched his arm. She asked me to dress her in the red leather of a Mord Sith. Berdine stifled a wail. For the final battle. Richard sank to his knees beside the bed. Raina's half-open eyes rolled toward him. Sweat ran from her face. Her lower lip quivered. Raina gripped Richard's arm. Lord Rahl, please take me out to see Reggie. Reggie? The chipmunks. Please take me out to feed Reggie. He's the one missing the end of his little tail. His heart breaking, he smiled for her. It would be my honor. He scooped her up in his arms. She had lost a lot of weight. She hardly weighed anything. Raina wrapped a weak arm around his neck as she cuddled her head to his shoulder while he carried her through the halls. Berdine walked beside them, holding Raina's other hand. Kahlan walked at his other side. Ulick and Egan marched behind. Soldiers along the way silently stepped clear, eyes to the ground, giving a salute of fist to heart as Richard and the procession passed. The salute was for Raina. Outside, Richard sat on the stone court in the light of the dawning sun, holding Raina in his lap. Berdine sat on her heels by her head. Kahlan sat on his other side. Ulick and Egan, hands clasped behind their backs, stood not far to the rear. Richard saw a tear or two wend its way down each of their stony faces. Over there, Richard said to Kahlan, pointing with his chin. Give me that box. Kahlan turned and saw what he meant. He kept seeds in a box under a stone bench. She wiggled off the lid and held out the box. Richard scooped out a handful of seeds and tossed some on the ground before them. He trickled the rest into Raina's bony hand. Page 408. It wasn't long before two chipmunks, tails twitching, scampered across the lawn. Richard had fed them enough so they knew that the appearance of people might mean food. They stuffed seeds in their cheeks as best they could between sudden chattering bouts of trying to chase each other away. Raina watched, her eyes only half opened. Her aegil dangled from the chain on the wrist of the hand that Berdine held. The two chipmunks, their cheeks full, scurried for their burrows to store their booty. Raina opened her arm out and rested her hand on the paving stone. She uncurled her fingers. Each shallow breath rattled. Berdine tenderly stroked Raina's forehead. Another chipmunk appeared from under a bush. He came partway toward them, froze stiff while he checked for threat, and then dashed the rest of the way. He was missing the end of his tail. Reggie, Raina breathed. Raina smiled as Reggie climbed into her open hand. He sat there, pressing his little feet against her fingers as he popped seeds into his mouth with his tongue. He paused, sitting up in her hand to rearrange the seeds stuffed in his cheeks. Satisfied, he dropped back down, putting his little feet to Raina's fingers again. Raina let out a soft giggle. Berdine kissed her forehead. I love you, Raina, she whispered. I love you, Berdine. Richard felt Raina's muscles go slack as she died in his arms, while Reggie sat eating seeds from her hand. Chapter 55. Kahlan stood behind Richard as he sat in his chair in his office, her arms circled around his neck, her cheek laid against the top of his head as she wept. Richard rolled Raina's aegil in his fingers. Berdine said that Raina had wanted him to have it.
Berdine had asked for permission to go up to the keep to tell Kara. She also asked if she could take her turn at watch over the sliff, as Kara had been up there for the last 3 days. Richard told her that she could do whatever she wished for as long as she wished, and that if she wanted him to take her watch or to come sit with her, he would. She had said that she wanted to be alone for a while. Why hasn't the temple sent its message? Kahlan smoothed his hair. I don't know. What are we going to do? He asked. It wasn't a question for which he expected an answer. I just don't know what to do. Kahlan rubbed her palms up and down the sides of his shoulders. Do you think you might find an answer in the trial record? For all I know, it could be the very last line I translate that gives me any information I can use. He slowly shook his head. Long before I can translate every line, we'll all be dead. Richard hooked Raina's aegil on the chain along with the amulet at his chest. The red color of the aegil matched the ruby. Silence hung in the air for a time before he said, Jagang is going to win. Kahlan turned his head toward her. Don't say that. Please don't say that. He forced a smile. You're right. We'll beat him. A knock came to the door. Ulick stuck his head in when Richard called to ask who it was. Lord Rawl, General Curson wanted to know if he could talk to you for a minute. Kahlan patted Richard's shoulder. I'm going to go tell Dreffin and Nadine about Raina. Richard walked to the door with her. General Curson was waiting outside with his usual fistful of reports. I'll catch up with you in a few minutes, Richard said. As Kahlan left Richard to hear the general's reports, Egan fell in with her. It felt odd to be guarded by Egan alone without a moored Sith. One of them had always seemed to be around. Mother Confessor, Egan said, some people just arrived at the palace and wanted to see you and Lord Rawl. I told him that everyone was busy. I didn't want to burden Lord Rawl. Petitioner's Hall must be packed with people who want to see us, what with all the trouble. They aren't in Petitioner's Hall. The guards stopped them as they went into one of the reception rooms. They aren't exactly arrogant, like some of the representatives I've seen, but they are insistent in an odd sort of way. Kahlan frowned up at the huge blonde Daharan. Did they say who they were? Did you find out that much, at least? They said they were Andolians. Kahlan jerked to a halt, seizing Egan's massive arm. Andolians? And the guards let them in? They let Andolians in the palace?
Egan's brow drew down. I didn't hear how they got in, only that they were here. Is this a problem, Mother Confessor?
The man's hand was already on his sword.
No, it's not that. It's just that... Dear spirits, how do you explain the Andolians?
She searched for the right words.
They aren't exactly human.
What do you mean?
There are creatures of magic that live in the Midlands. There are people with magic who live in the Midlands. It is sometimes difficult to know where to place the line separating them. Some of these people with magic are part creature, like the Andolians.
Magic? Egan asked with obvious distaste.
Are they dangerous?
Kahlan heaved a sigh as she changed her mind about where she was going and instead started out for the reception hall.
Not exactly. At least not usually. Not if you know how to treat them. No one knows a great deal about the Andolians. We leave them alone. Most people of the Midlands have a strong dislike for them. The Andolians steal things, not for the wealth of the object, but simply because the Andolians are fascinated by things, shiny things mostly. A piece of glass, a gold piece, or a button, it's all the same to them. People don't like them because the Andolians look much like you and I. And so people think they should behave like people, but they aren't people exactly. They usually show up in places out of simple curiosity. We don't allow them in the palace because they cause such a disruption. It's best to simply keep them out. With the magic they have, if you try to discipline them, they can turn nasty, very nasty.
Perhaps I should have the soldiers get rid of them.
No, that could get ugly. Dealing with them requires a very special kind of protocol. Fortunately, I know the protocol. I'll get rid of them.
How?
The Andolians like to carry messages. They like that more than anything, more than shiny objects even. They love to carry messages for people. I guess it makes them feel more connected to their human side to be involved in human affairs. Some people in the Midlands use them for that purpose. Andolians will carry a message more faithfully than any courier.
They will do it for a shiny button. They would even do it for no compensation. They live to convey messages. All I have to do is give them a message to carry, and they will be off to deliver it. That's the easiest way to get rid of an Andolian.
Will it get rid of all of them? Egan asked, as he scratched his head.
All of them? Dear spirits, don't tell me that there are more than a couple.
7. 6 women who all look alike and 1 man.
Kahlan lost a stride. I don't believe it. That would be the legate Rishi and his 6 wives, all sisters. The 6 sisters were all born of the same litter. The Andolians believed that only a litter of 6 females were worthy to be the legate's wives. Kahlan's head spun as she tried to concentrate through the depression over Raina's death, over all the deaths. She had to think of a place to send the Andolians and a message for them to carry. Maybe something about the plague. She could send them somewhere with a warning about the plague. Maybe down into the wilds. Most of the people of the wilds tolerated the Andolians better than most other people in the Midlands. A throng of guards bristling with weapons filled the halls all around the reception room. 2 guards with pikes opened the tall mahogany-paneled doors as Kahlan and Egan approached. The reception hall, where waited the Andolians, was one of the smaller ones without windows. Sculptures of every sort, from rulers' busts to a farmer and oxen, most done in pale marble, rested on square granite blocks placed back against the dark walls. Behind each sculpture, ornamental drapery of a rich maroon was swagged back to half columns of dark violet marble set against the walls between each sculpture. It lent each piece the air of being displayed on a stage, with curtains opening for them. 4 separate clusters of ornate lamps with cut glass chimneys hung on silver chains. Because of the dark decor, the dozens of lamps were unable to bring anything brighter than a somber atmosphere to the room. 3 heavy dark tables sat on the black marble floor. The Andolians stood before one of these tables. The 6 sisters were tall and slender, and Kahlan couldn't tell one from another. Their hair was dyed a bright orange with the berries of a hasset bush that grew in the Andolians' homeland. Their homeland wasn't close. They had made a long journey to get to Edinburgh. Their big, round black eyes watched Kahlan approach. Their orange hair, woven into hundreds of small braids, made the women look as if they wore wigs of orange yarn. Woven into the yarn-like hair were small, shiny things. Buttons, pieces of metal, gold and silver coins, shards of glass, chips of obsidian, any scrap that they found shiny enough for their taste. All 6 were dressed in simple but elegant white robes of a lustrous satiny material. Despite what Kahlan knew about the Andolians, such as the way a simple storm could send them puling for protection under a bush or a hole in the ground, they had a noble air. Kahlan guessed that made sense. They were, after all, the wives of the legate, the leader of the Andolians. The legate himself was shorter than his wives and much older. Other than his round black eyes, he looked to be nothing more than a distinguished official, a bit on the stocky side. A bald pate shone above his fringe of white hair. Some kind of grease had been rubbed on it so as to make it glossy. He wore robes similar to his wives, but of gold material trimmed with rows of shiny objects sewn on. Each finger had at least 1 ring. From a distance, all the shiny objects made him look opulent. Closer up, he looked more like a crazy beggar who had dug through a midden heap to pluck out worthless items discarded by normal people. Legate Rishi's eyes were red-rimmed and leaden-looking. He wore a doltish grin and swayed on his feet. Kahlan saw him infrequently, but she didn't remember him this way. The 6 sisters formed into a line before him. They straightened, putting their shoulders back with pride. "We share the moon," one of the 6 said. "We share the moon," Kahlan said, in their traditional greeting among females. Her waning cramps reminded her that the greeting had more than one meaning. The rest spoke the greeting in turn. The way those big black eyes blinked as they watched her gave Kahlan shivers. When they had finished with the official greeting, the 6 split into 2 groups of 3 and back to either side of their husband. The legate lifted a hand as if a king greeting a crowd. He grinned moronically. Kahlan frowned at his odd behavior, although she wasn't at all sure that for an Andolian it was odd. "We shared the sun," he said in a slur. "We share the sun," Kahlan answered. but he ignored her as his attention was diverted by something behind her. Kahlan turned and saw Richard striding across the room, a glower heating his expression. "What's this about the moon?" Richard asked as he came up beside Kahlan. She took his hand. "Richard," she said in a tone of warning, "this is Legate Rishi and his wives. They are Andolians. I have just given them their traditional greeting, that's all." His expression slackened. "Oh, I see. When they said something about the moon, I thought..." The blood suddenly drained from Richard's face. "Andolians," he whispered to himself. Wizard Ricker was doing something with the Andolians. He seemed lost in a confusion of thought. "We share the sun," Legate Rishi said through his grin. "The females share the moon. A female and a male share the sun, but not the moon." Richard rubbed his brow. He looked engrossed in recollection or confusion. Kahlan squeezed his hand, hoping he would get the message to let her handle this. She turned back to the legate. "Legate Rishi, I would like you to..." "Our husband has been drinking things that make him happy," one of the wives said, as if it were a fascinating bit of news. "He has been trading some of his prizes for this drink." Her expression turned perplexed. "It makes him slow, too, or we would have been here sooner." "Thank you for telling me this," Kahlan said. One had always to thank an Andolian for any information they offered about themselves. Information about themselves so given was considered a gift. Kahlan turned her attention once more to the legate. "Legate Rishi, I would like you to carry an important message for me." "Sorry," the legate said. "We can carry no message for you." Kahlan was dumbfounded. She had never heard of an Andolian refusing to carry a message. "But why not?" One of the six leaned toward Kahlan. "Because we already carry a message of great importance." "You do?" Her big black eyes blinked. "Yes, the greatest of all honors. Husband carries a message from the moon." "You what?" Richard whispered as his head came up. "The moon sends a message from the winds," the legate said in a drunken slur. Kahlan felt as if the world had frozen. "We would have been here sooner, but husband had to stop many times to have the drink of happiness." Kahlan felt her whole body tingle with icy dread. "Been here sooner?" Richard repeated. "While all those people died, you've been drinking?" His voice boomed like thunder. "Raina died because you've been out getting drunk?" Richard exploded in a blur of movement, his fist striking Legate Rishi so hard that the man tumbled back over the table. "People are dying and you're out getting drunk," Richard roared as he vaulted over the table. "Richard, no!" Kahlan shrieked. "He has magic!" Kahlan saw a blur of red racing in from the side. Kara came at a dead run and dived over the table, knocking Richard sprawling across the floor. Legate Rishi rose up in a rage. Blood frothed at his mouth. Strings of it whipped from his chin. Wavering flares of light and undulating flutters of darkness radiated up his arms, gathering at his chest as he rose up. He was gathering his magic, preparing to unleash it against Richard. Richard went for his sword. Kara shoved Richard again and rebounded back at the legate, backhanding him across his bloody mouth. The legate whirled, redirecting his rage at her. Cat-quick, Kara spun past him, striking him again, turning his attention away from Richard as he followed her. His magic already gathered, he unleashed it at her. The air thumped, and at the same time seemed to oscillate. The legate went down with a grunt of pain. Kara was on him before he hit the ground. She pressed her aegil to his throat. "You are mine now," she sneered as he gagged in agony. "Your magic is mine now." "Kara!" Kahlan yelled. "Don't kill him!" The 6 sisters were squatted down in a shivering clump, hugging one another in terror. Kahlan put a hand to the frightened sisters, reassuring them that they wouldn't be harmed. "Kara, don't hurt him," Kahlan said. "He carries a message from the Temple of the Winds." Kara's head came up. She had a disturbing look in her eyes. "I know. It came to him with magic. His magic is mine now. The message he carries is embedded with his magic." Richard let his sword drop back into its scabbard. "You mean you know the message?" Kara nodded, her blue eyes filling with tears. "I know it with him. I share his magic, his knowledge of the message." "Ulick, Egan," Richard said, "clear the soldiers out." Shut the doors. Keep everyone out." As Ulick and Egan were ushering the soldiers out, Richard seized the legate by the robes at his throat and lifted him. He heaved him into a chair. Richard towered over the suddenly meek-looking, panting Andolian leader. His chest heaving, Richard gripped the amulet and Raina's Aegil in a fist. The muscles in his jaw flexed as he pointed at the legate's face. "Let's have the message, and you had better tell it true. Thousands of people have already died while you delayed your arrival to get drunk." "The message from the winds is for 2 people." Richard looked up. The words had come not only from the legate, but also from Kara. She had spoken the words along with him. "Kara, do you know the message too, just as he does?" Kara looked as surprised as Richard. It came to me, as it came to him. I knew only that he carried the message. He didn't know it until he spoke it. I knew it when he did." "Who is the message for?" Kahlan knew. "For Wizard Richard Rall and for Mother Confessor Kahlan Amnel." Once again, both had spoken the words. "What is the message?" Richard asked. Kahlan knew. She went to Richard's side, taking his hand in hers, holding it for dear life. The room was empty of everyone except Richard, Kahlan, Kara, Legate Rishi, and the 6 sisters cowering under a table. The lamps around the room dimmed as if their wicks had been turned down. It cast them all in an eerie, wavering light. The legate, his face gone blank, looked to have gone into a trance. He rose from the chair, blood still dripping from his chin. His arm lifted, pointing at Richard. Only he spoke this time. "The winds summon you, Wizard Richard Rall. Magic has been stolen from the winds and used in this world to cause harm. You must wed in order to enter the Temple of the Winds. Your wife is to be one named Nadine Brighton." Unable to speak, Richard brought Kahlan's hand to his heart, holding it there in both of his hands. Kara's arm lifted, pointing at Kahlan. Only she spoke, this time in a frigid, heartless voice. "The winds summon you, Mother Confessor Kahlan Amnel. Magic has been stolen from the winds and used in this world to cause harm. You must wed in order to help Wizard Richard Rall enter the Temple of the Winds. Your husband is to be one named Dreffen Rall." Richard dropped to his knees. Kahlan sank down beside him. She thought she should feel something. She felt only numbness. It seemed a dream. She had thought it would never come. Now that it was happening, it seemed too fast, as if she were tumbling over a cliff, grasping for a handhold, but finding nothing to stop her fall as she plunged into icy blackness. It was over. Everything was over. Her life, her dreams, her future, her joy was over. It only remained to act it out until the end. Richard's ashen face looked up from Kara's feet. "Kara, please, I'm begging you, don't do this to us." His voice broke. "Dear spirits, please don't do this to us, Kara." Kara's cold blue eyes stared back. "I do not do this to you. I only bear the message from the winds. You must both agree to this if you wish to enter the Temple of the Winds." "Why must Kahlan marry?" "The winds require a virgin bride." Richard's eyes darted to Kahlan. He looked back to Kara. "She isn't a virgin." "Yes, she is," Kara said. "No, she's not." Kahlan put her forehead against the side of Richard's face as she gripped his muscular neck, hugging herself to him. "Yes, Richard, I am," she whispered. "In this world I am. Shota told me that that was all that mattered to the spirits. In this world, in our world, the world of life, I am a virgin. We were together in another world. It doesn't apply here." "That's crazy," he whispered in a hoarse voice. "That's just crazy." "It fulfills the requirements of the winds," Kara said. "This is the only chance you will be offered," the legate said. "If you do not take it, then the obligation of the winds to remedy the damage will be ended." "Please, Kara," Richard whispered. "Please, don't do this. There has to be another way." "This is the only way," Kara, in her red leather, towered above them. "It is up to you whether you will repair the damage. You must agree. If you fail to answer the call, it will not come again.
and the magic released will run free. The winds wish to know your answer, the legate said. You must both agree to this of your free will. It must be a true marriage in all aspects. It must be for life. You must both be of honest intent in your marriages and faithful to the ones you wed. He speaks the truth of the winds. What is your answer? Kara asked in a voice like ice. Kahlan looked through the watery blur into Richard's eyes. She could see him dying behind those eyes. It is our duty. Only we can save those people. But I will say no if you wish it, Richard. How many more hyenas must die in my arms? I couldn't ask you to have me at the cost of another life. Kahlan swallowed the wail. Is there anything? Do you know of anything we could do to stop the plague? Richard shook his head. I'm sorry. I have failed you. I haven't found a way around this. You haven't failed me, Richard. I couldn't bear to think we were the cause of more death like hyenas today. She threw her arms around his neck. I love you so much, Richard. Richard's big hand held her head to him. We are agreed, then. We must do this. Richard brought her to her feet with him. There was so much she wanted to say to him. No words came. When she looked into Richard's eyes, she knew words weren't needed. They turned to Kara and the legate. I agree. I will marry Nadine. I agree. I will marry Dreffin. Kahlan fell into Richard's arms as she lost control of her tears. She sobbed in agony. Richard embraced her, nearly squeezing the life out of her. Kara and the legate were suddenly there, pulling them apart. You are promised to another, Kara said. You may not do this now. You must each be loyal to your mates. Kahlan looked past the legate into Richard's eyes, each of them knowing that they had embraced for the last time. In that moment, her world ended. Chapter 56. Kahlan and Richard sat apart with the legate and Kara between them. Kahlan heard the doors open. It was Nadine and Dreffin. After Ulick had let them in, he closed the doors. Richard raked his hair back as he rose. Kahlan didn't want to test her legs yet. It had all slipped through her fingers. Everything was lost to duty. Nadine eyed everyone in the room. The legate, his 6 wives, Kara, Kahlan, and finally Richard as he walked haltingly to her. Richard stared at the floor. You both know that the plague was started with magic. I told you both how it was stolen from the Temple of the Winds. The temple has sent its requirements if I am to be allowed to enter and stop the plague. The temple requires that both Kahlan and I wed. The temple has named who it is it requires we wed. I'm sorry that both of you have been tangled in this. I don't know the reason. The temple will not explain why it must be so, only that this is our only chance to halt the plague. I can't force either of you to be part of this. I can only ask. Richard cleared his throat, trying to steady his voice. He lifted Nadine's hand. He couldn't look her in the eye. Nadine, will you marry me? Nadine's gaze immediately went to Kahlan. Kahlan wore her confessor's face, as her mother taught her. Duty, as her mother had taught her. Nadine glanced to the others and then back to the top of Richard's head. Do you love me, Richard? Richard finally looked up into her eyes. No. I'm sorry, Nadine, but no, I don't love you. She was unruffled by the answer. Kahlan was sure that she had expected it. I'll marry you, Richard. I'll make you happy. You'll see. You'll come to love me in time. No, Nadine, Richard whispered. I won't. We will be husband and wife if you agree to this, and I will be faithful to you. But my heart will always belong to Kahlan. I'm sorry to say such a harsh thing to you when I'm asking you to marry me, but I won't deceive you. Nadine thought a moment. Well, many marriages are arranged, and they turn out well in the end. She smiled at him. To Kahlan, it looked a sympathetic smile. The spirits have arranged this one. That means something. I will marry you, Richard. Richard glanced back at Kahlan. It was her turn. She saw in those dead gray eyes a glimmer of something. Rage. Kahlan knew that his insides were being torn apart the same as were hers. She found herself before Dreffin before she realized it. The first time she tried, her voice wouldn't come out. It simply wouldn't. She tried again. Dreffin, will you be my husband? His blue, darkened, raw eyes appraised her without emotion. For some reason, she recalled his hand between Kara's legs, and she almost vomited. As Nadine said, I could do worse than a marriage arranged by the spirits. I don't suppose there's any chance you will ever come to love me. Kahlan's jaw trembled as she stared at the floor. Her voice wouldn't work. She shook her head. Well, no matter. We may still have some good times. I'll do it. I will marry you, Kahlan. She was glad that she had never told Richard about what Dreffin had done to Kara. If she had, Richard might have lost control when Dreffin said he would marry Kahlan and pulled free his sword. Kara and the legate stepped forward. It is agreed, then, they said as one. The winds are pleased to have the consent of all involved. When? Richard asked in a hoarse voice. When will we? When do we? And when can I get into the Temple of the Winds? People are dying. I have to help the winds put a stop to it. Tonight, Kara and the legate said as one. We will leave immediately for Mount Chimermost. You will be wed tonight as soon as we arrive there. Kahlan didn't ask how they would get to a place that wasn't there anymore. It didn't really matter to her. The only thing that really mattered to her was that they would be wed that very night. I'm sorry about Raina, Nadine said to Richard. How is Berdine doing? Not well. She's up at the keep. Richard turned to Kara. Can we stop up there on our way? I must tell her what has happened. She will have to stay to guard the sliff until I return. I have to tell her. And I'd like to give her something to help her feel better, Nadine said. It is permitted, Kara said in that awful, icy voice. Berdine looked terror-stricken when Richard told her. She threw her arms around him and wept with twin misery. The sliff watched from her well, frowning with curiosity. Nadine mixed things from pouches in her big bag, giving Berdine instructions on when to take them, promising that it would help her get through her grief. Richard tried to tell Berdine everything he could think of that she might need to know. Kahlan could almost feel time tingling against her flesh as it flew past, as she plunged and plunged into the black depths. We must go, Kara said, cutting off the stalling. We must ride hard to arrive before the full moon rises. How will I find the Temple of the Winds? Richard asked. You do not find the Temple of the Winds, Kara said. The Temple of the Winds will find you if the requirements are met. Nadine lifted her bag before Richard. Can I leave this here, then? It's heavy to carry if we're coming back here anyway. Of course, Richard said, his voice a dead monotone. Kahlan was made to walk behind Richard and beside Dreffin as they returned to the horses. Nadine touched Richard's back as she walked beside him. She was doing a fair job of restraining her joy over her triumph, yet it was a touch meant to send a message. He belonged to her now. At the bottom of the keep road, as they turned away from the city, Kahlan could hear the men with the dead carts calling out for people to bring out their dead. Soon that would be ended, as the suffering and death of the plague was ended. Only in that did she find any solace. The children, their parents, would live. If only it had come in time for Raina. Berdine hadn't said that, but Kahlan knew that that thought was screaming in her head. Richard had ordered all their guards to remain. When Ulick and Egan had seen the look on his face, they hadn't argued. Only Richard and Nadine, Kahlan and Dreffin, Kara, the legate, and his 6 wives rode out from Mount Chimermost. Kahlan didn't know how any of it was going to work, getting into the Temple of the Winds, nor did Richard. She didn't have the slightest curiosity about it. The only thing she could think about was Richard marrying Nadine. Kahlan was sure that Richard could think of nothing but her marrying Dreffin. As they rode, Dreffin told stories, trying to keep everyone entertained, trying to lift their spirits. Kahlan didn't hear much of it. She watched Richard's back. Her only need was to be looking when he glanced back at her, as he did from time to time. She couldn't bear not to look at him, yet meeting his eyes was like a hot knife searing into her heart. She took no joy in the mountainous country they rode into, the greening grass, unfurling ferns, budding trees. The day was warm compared to what the weather had been for spring so far, but the sky brooded with dark clouds. Before the day was out, she expected they would encounter a storm. The Andolians cringed every time their eyes turned up. Kahlan pulled her cloak tighter around herself. She thought about her blue wedding dress back in her room that she had planned to wear when she married Richard. She felt herself getting angry at him. He had seduced her into thinking she could have love, could have happiness. Seduced her into forgetting she had only duty. Seduced her into loving him. When she realized she was angry at him, the tears came again, running down her face in a silent torrent. This wasn't happening just to her. It was happening to him, too. They shared this torment. She thought about the first time she saw him. It seemed so long ago that she had been running from Darkenral's assassins, and Richard had helped her. She thought about all the things they had done together, all the time she stood watch while he slept, and she gazed at him, imagining being just a normal woman who could fall in love, instead of a confessor who had to keep her feelings secret and live a loveless life of duty. Richard had found a way, though, found a way that she, a confessor, could have love. And now it was in ashes. Why would the spirits do this to them? The answer came when she remembered her talk with Shota and with the spirit. There were not only good spirits, but evil spirits, too. Those evil spirits had a hand in this. They were the ones who wanted this, who demanded it as the price of the path. The spirits who demanded that price were worse than evil. Late in the morning, they stopped to rest the horses and eat. Nadine and Dreffin talked with their mouths full. The legate sat back as his wives fed him. He had a hard time, what with his cut lip. They rubbed their legs against his, giggling as he took food from their fingers. They ate between offering him bites. Kara ate in silence. Kahlan didn't notice what any of them had to eat. She and Richard didn't eat. They both sat on the sunny rocks like deadwood, silent, sullen, staring at nothing. When the others had finished with their meal, Richard watched as they all mounted up again. Even though none of the others noticed it, Kahlan could see the smoldering rage in his eyes. The spirits had chosen Dreffin to wound him. They could have done nothing worse. "How's the arm?" Nadine asked Dreffin as they all started out again. Dreffin held it up and flexed his fingers in demonstration. "Nearly good as new." Kahlan ignored their conversation. All morning they had chattered. In her silent world, it was barely noticed. "What is wrong with your arm, Master Dreffin?" one of the 6 sisters asked. "Oh, some miscreant didn't like the way I tried to purge the world of sickness." Big black eyes blinked at him. "What did he do to you?" Dreffin straightened haughtily in his saddle. "Cut me with his knife. Tried to kill me, the filthy scum." "Why did he not succeed?" Dreffin dismissed the incident with an arrogant wave. "Once I showed him some steel, he ran for his life." "I sewed his wound," Nadine told the amazed sisters. "And a deep one it was, too." Dreffin cast a glance at Nadine that seemed to make her shrink in her saddle. "I told you, Nadine, it's nothing. I don't want sympathy. A lot of people are in much greater need than I." He relented when he saw the sheepish look on her face. "But you did a good job, as fine as any of my healers would have done. You did a fine job, and I appreciate it." Nadine smiled as they rode on. Dreffin pulled up the broad hood of his flaxen cloak. "Dear spirit," she thought, "that is to be my husband. For the rest of my life, this is to be my partner in life. Until she could die and be with Richard again. Sweet death could not come soon enough." Clarissa wiped her sweaty palms together as she peered through the keyhole and listened to Nathan speaking with the sisters in the other room. "I'm sure you can understand, Lord Rowell," Sister Jodelle said. "This is for your own safety, too." Nathan chuckled. "How good of the Emperor to consider my well-being." "If, as you say, Richard Rowell will be eliminated tonight, then you have nothing to be concerned about. We will bring it afterwards. Surely this would be satisfactory." Nathan shot them a hot glare. "I told you. Jagang's plan has worked. Richard Rahl will be eradicated tonight. You will learn not to question me after tonight, I pray." Clarissa had to strain to see Nathan through the keyhole as he turned away from the two sisters while he considered. He turned back to them. "And he has agreed to everything else?" "Everything," Sister Wilhelmina assured him. "He looks forward to having you as his plenipotentiary in Dahara, and is most agreeable to your offer of aid with the books of prophecy he has collected over the years." Nathan grunted. "Where are they? I don't know that I'm amenable to traveling all over the old world just to have a look at worthless volumes. I have business in Daharan, after all. As the new Lord Rahl, I will need to consolidate my authority." "His Excellency has anticipated that this would be inconvenient for you, and so has suggested that he will have his wizards pull out things of interest and have them sent to you for your analysis." Clarissa knew what the sister was talking about. Before they had arrived, Nathan had told her that he probably wouldn't be allowed to have a look at the prophecies Jagang possessed, much less be told where they all were. Jagang would want Nathan to see only selected volumes that had been screened by others first. Nathan finally turned his full attention to the two sisters. In due time. Once we have worked together and brought the new world to task and have come to fully trust one another's word, then I will happily accept visits by Jagang's lapdogs. But until then, I'm sure our Emperor understands that I am leery of allowing those with the gift to know exactly where I am. That is why I will be leaving at once." Sister Jodelle sighed. "As I said, he would be happy to have it brought to you. But you can understand that he would have cause for concern to have a wizard of your power, whose mind is a mystery to him, approach too closely. While he is eager for this arrangement, he is a man who takes precautions." "As am I," Nathan said. "That is why I can't allow the book to be brought to me. Having you meet me here again today is the last risk I intend to take. In the meantime, I want that book. Until I have it, I have no way of knowing if it's safe for me to go to Dahara." "His Excellency understands and has no disagreement with your request. His objective will soon be complete, and he therefore has no further need of the book. Besides, a world without people to work for him would be of little value. The book only works for Sister Amelia, since she was the one who went to the Temple of the Winds to recover it. He has offered to let you have either the book or Sister Amelia. If you wish, we will send her to you." "So Jagang will know where I am?" "I don't think so, sister. I'll take the book." "That, too, is agreeable with His Excellency. We can send it or have someone meet you to deliver it to you. He objects only to you yourself coming to get it, for safety reasons, as I've already explained." Nathan rubbed his jaw as he thought. "What if I sent someone back with you? A representative, someone with my interests in mind? Someone loyal to me, so I had no need to fear that Jagang would delve into their mind and find where I was to be? Someone without the gift? He would have no need to fear them." "Without the gift?" Sister Jodelle thought a moment. "And we could test them without your shields around them to ensure that they in fact did not have the gift?" "Of course. I want this relationship with Jagang to work for both of us. I wouldn't jeopardize it by trying to deceive him. I want to build trust, not destroy it." Nathan hesitated, clearing his throat. "But you understand, though, that this person is valued to me. If anything were to happen to her, I would view it in the harshest light." Both sisters smiled. "Her, of course," Sister Wilhelmina said. "Why, Nathan," Sister Jodelle rocked on her heels as she smiled. "You really have been enjoying your freedom." "I mean it," Nathan said in a level tone. "Anything happens to her and the entire agreement is ended. I'm sending her as a show of my faith in Jagang, in our agreement. I'm taking the first step of trust so that the Emperor will see that I am sincere." "We understand, Nathan," Sister Jodelle said, more serious now. "No harm will come to her. When she leaves with the book, I want her escorted to safety beyond Jagang's troops and then left to be on her way. If she is followed, I will know it. If she is followed, I will view it in the most unfavorable light, as a sign of hostility toward me and an attempt on my life. Sister Jodelle nodded. Understood and very reasonable. She comes with us, gets the book, and returns safely to you without being followed, and we are all happy. Good, Nathan said decisively, as if closing the deal. After tonight, Jagang will be rid of Richard Rall. When I have the book safely in hand, then I will have the Southern Army surrender to Jagang's expeditionary force as my part of the bargain. Sister Jodelle bowed. We have an agreement, Lord Rall. His Excellency wishes to welcome you to the Empire as his second. Nathan turned toward the door Clarissa was kneeling behind. Clarissa jumped up and rushed to the far window. She drew back the drapes with a hand and pretended to be gazing out when she heard the door open. Clarissa, Nathan called. She turned to see him standing in the doorway, holding the doorknob. Beyond him, she could see the two sisters watching.
Yes, Nathan? You wish something?
Yes, Clarissa. I would like you to go on a small journey for me, a bit of business. I need you to go with my friends out here. Clarissa guided her full skirts around the writing table and followed him out into the other room. Nathan introduced her to the two sisters. The two women wore knowing, smug smiles. They glanced to her cleavage and then at each other. Clarissa had that feeling of being judged as a whore again. Clarissa, you will leave at once with these ladies. When you reach your destination, they will give you a book. You will then return with it. You remember where I told you we would be off to tomorrow?
Yes, Nathan.
You will meet me there after you have the book. No one at all is to know where it is you will be meeting me. Do you understand?
Yes, Nathan.
I'll go see to getting her a horse, Sister Wilhelmina said.
A horse? Clarissa gasped. I've never ridden a horse in my life. I can't ride a horse.
Nathan waved patience at the sudden hitch in their plans. I have a carriage. I'll have it brought around, and Clarissa can take that. There, is that satisfactory to all? Sister Jodelle shrugged.
Horse, carriage, it makes no difference to us, as long as we can test her for the gift first.
Test her all you want. I will order the carriage while you test her, and then Clarissa can pack a few things.
Agreed.
Good. That's settled then. Nathan turned to Clarissa, putting his back to the two sisters. It won't be long, my dear, and we'll be together again. He adjusted the locket hanging from a fine gold chain, straightening it for her. He looked into her eyes. I will be waiting for you. I've told these friends of mine that if anything happens to you, I will be more than unhappy. Clarissa stared into his wonderful eyes.
Thank you, Nathan. I will bring the book as you ask.
Nathan kissed her cheek. Thank you, my dear. That's good of you. Safe journey, then. Chapter 57. Even with the gathering dark, brooding clouds, an eerie calm hung over the summit of Mount Kymramost. The Andolians cast uneasy glances skyward. As Kahlan watched Richard dismount, his golden cloak hung limp in the unnaturally still air. Dreffin offered his hand to help her down. Kahlan pretended not to see it. In the fading light, the ruins were only ghostly shapes, the bones of some long extinct monster waiting to come back to life and swallow her up. Though this was the night of the full moon, the leaden clouds would totally obscure it. When the last of the daylight soon left, it would be black as death atop the forsaken peak. Nadine stood close to Richard as he stared off toward the edge of the cliff. Dreffin stood nearby, not wanting to look too forward to the woman who would shortly be his wife, but not wanting to ignore her either. Like Nadine, he didn't seem to view this as the end of his happiness. After the horses were secured, the legate and Kara ushered the brides and bridegrooms to a crumbling circular garden structure made up of curved stone benches on one side and broken columns on the other. The top piece connecting the columns was mostly missing, joining only 4 of the 10 stone columns. In the distance, in the fading light, Kahlan could still see the knife edge of the cliff and the black swath of mountains beyond. Somewhere out there was the Temple of the Winds. Kahlan was directed to sit on a curved stone bench beside Dreffin, and Richard, 2 benches away, was told to sit beside Nadine. Kahlan glanced over and saw Richard looking back, but then Dreffin leaned forward and blocked her view of Richard. She turned her attention to the legate and Kara standing before them. The 6 sisters stood behind their husband. We are gathered here, the legate and Kara said as one. to wed Richard Rawle and Nadine Brighton, and to wed Kahlan Amnell and Dreffin Rawle. This is the most solemn of rites. It binds in the most earnest of vows, and commits these mates for life. This marriage is sanctioned and witnessed by the spirits themselves. Kahlan stared at the weeds sprouting from the cracks in the disintegrating stone floor as she only partly listened to the words about loyalty, fidelity, and obligation. It was so warm and muggy that she could hardly breathe. Her white mother confessor's dress was sticking to her back. Sweat trickled down between her breasts. Kahlan's head came up when Dreffin started lifting her with a hand under her arm. "What? What is it?" "It is time," he said. "Come." And then she was standing before the legate and Kara, with Dreffin beside her, and 3 of the legate's wives at her other side as her attendants. She looked past Dreffin to see Richard standing beside Nadine, with the other 3 Andolians serving as her attendants. Nadine wore a smile. "If anyone has any objections to the wedding of these people, they must speak now, for once it is done, it cannot be undone." "I have an objection," Richard said. "What is it?" the legate asked. "The winds said that this had to be of our own free will. It is not. We are being coerced into this. We are being told that people will die if we don't do this. I don't do this of my own free will. I do this only to save lives." "Do you wish to save the lives of the people who will die if the magic stolen from the Temple of the Winds is not stopped?" the legate asked. "Of course I do. This wedding is part of that attempt. If you do not go through with it, then they will die. You wish to save them. This qualifies as your free will as far as the spirits involved are concerned. If you wish to withdraw your agreement to this, then it must be now, before the vows. Afterwards, you may not change your mind." Muggy silence hung in the air. She was plummeting helpless into the inky depths. It was all happening too fast for her to get a breath. "I wish to speak with Richard, if I am to do this. Before I do this," Kahlan said. "Alone." The legate and Kara stared at her a moment. "Then hurry," they said as one. "There is not much time. The moon rises." They both walked far enough away from the circle that Kahlan could be reasonably sure they couldn't be heard. She stood close, facing him. She wanted Richard to save them from this. He had to save them. He had to do something now, or it would be too late. "Richard, we're out of time. Is there anything? Can you think of anything at all to stop this? Any way we can still save those people and not have to do this?" Richard stood close to her, and yet a world away. "I'm sorry. I don't have any other solution." "Forgive me," he whispered. "I have failed you." She shook her head. "No, you didn't. Don't ever think that, Richard. I don't. The spirits have made it impossible for us to win. They wish this and have put us in a double bind. But at least if we go through with this, Jagang will not win. That is more important. How many lovers like us will be able to have a life now, have happiness now, have children now because of the sacrifice we make this night?" Richard smiled that smile that melted her heart. "That's one reason I love you so much. Your passion. Even if I never see you again, I've known true happiness with you, true love. How many ever experience even this small taste?" Kahlan swallowed. "Richard, if we do this, we have to be true to our vows, don't we? We can't still be together sometimes, can we?" The way his jaw trembled and his eyes filled with tears was more than answer enough. Just before they fell into each other's arms, Kara was there between them. "It is time. What are your wishes?" "I have a lot of them," Richard said with sudden venom. "Which do you want to hear?" "The winds wish to know if you will do this or not." "We will do it," Richard growled. "But the spirits had better know that I will have revenge." "The winds are simply doing the only thing they can do to stop the death caused by what was stolen from them," Kara said with sudden compassion, but still with that haunting quality that told Kahlan that it wasn't Kara speaking, but the winds. "They do not do this out of animosity. A wise man once told me that dead is dead no matter the how," Richard said. He defiantly took Kahlan's hand and walked with her back to the circle of stone, where they each took their places beside their chosen. Kahlan wore her confessor's face as she stood beside Dreffin. She felt pain for Richard. He had not grown up being taught how to subjugate his emotions, his longings, his desires for duty. She had had a lifetime to prepare for this final torment. He had had a lifetime to prepare for the opposite, expecting he would have happiness. Kahlan had only briefly felt the warmth of that flame. With deliberate care, she ignored the words spoken to Nadine and then to Dreffin, words of loyalty and devotion to their mate. Kahlan instead focused her mind on Richard, hoping to pass to him some strength, hoping that he could get through this, so that they could save those stricken and stop the plague. Richard still had to get into the Temple of the Winds. He needed strength. Soon the ceremony would be over, and they would head back to Adendril. Perhaps they would have to wait until Richard went into the temple and did what he had to do, and then they would return to Adendril. In any event, it wouldn't be long, and she would be going home to the place she had grown up, to a life of duty to which she had been bred. "Yes or no?" the legate said. Kahlan looked up. "What?" He glanced up at the threatening clouds and then took a hurried breath. "Do you swear to honor this man, to obey him as the master of your home, to care for his needs when he is well and when he is ill, and to be his loyal wife in this life as long as you both live?" Kahlan glanced up at Dreffin. She wondered what he had sworn to. "I swear to whatever it is that is required of me to stop the plague." "Yes or no?" Kahlan let out an angry sigh. "Is this what is required of me to stop the magic stolen from the winds from killing people?" "It is." In her mind, she swore the oath, but to Richard, not Dreffin. She would swear words aloud to Dreffin, but her heart would always be Richard's. Kahlan's fists tightened. "Then yes, I swear to do what is required to stop the plague. I swear not one stitch more, nor for one breath longer than that required of me." "Then, in full view of the spirits, and by the power of the spirits, you are now pronounced husband and wife." Kahlan doubled over in sudden pain. It felt as if her insides had been torn apart. She tried to pull a breath. It wouldn't come. She saw swirling color before her wide eyes. Dreffin put his arm around her waist. "What is it, Kahlan? What's wrong?" Her legs buckled, but he held her up. "It is the spirits," came the legate and Kara's voice together. "They have bound her power. She is to live this marriage as any woman wed to a man. Her power would have interfered." "You can't do that," Richard screamed. "She'll be defenseless. You can't take her power." "Her power was not taken, but walled away so she cannot use it for the term of her vows to her husband, Dreffin Roll." "It is done," the two said together. "You will now swear to the vows, or you will lose your chance to help the winds." Kahlan stared at the ground, feeling a swirl of emptiness, feeling the void between her mind and her power as she listened to similar words spoken before Richard. She couldn't hear his answer, but he must have said what was required because the legate pronounced him and Nadine husband and wife. They had not only taken her love, but her confessor's power as the price of the path. The emptiness threatened to smother her. The profound and sudden sense of loss clouded her mind with blackness darker than the falling night. Dreffin took her arm. "Here, you'd better sit down. Even in this light as a healer, I can see that you are not well." Kahlan let him guide her back to a bench and help her to sit. "Your wife will be fine," the legate said. He looked up at the boiling sky. "Richard Roll, Dreffin Roll, come with me." "Where are we going?" Richard wanted to know. "We are to prepare you to consummate the marriage." Kahlan's head came up. Even in the darkness, she could see that Richard was near to exploding in rage. His hand was on his sword. Dreffin rubbed Kahlan's back in sympathy. "You will be all right. Everything will be all right. Don't worry. I will take care of you as I promised." "Thank you, Dreffin," she managed through the anguish. Dreffin left her and strode to Richard. Dreffin gripped Richard's arm and bent close, speaking to him in a whisper. Kahlan could see Richard rake his hands back through his hair and nod occasionally. Whatever Dreffin was saying was cooling Richard. After Dreffin and Richard parted, the legate and Kara looked back to Nadine and Kahlan. "You two will wait here." Kahlan huddled on the stone bench as Richard and Dreffin were led off in the darkness toward the cliff,
toward the two buildings, one to either side of the road that ended abruptly at the edge. It was becoming so dark that Kahlan could hardly make out Nadine's face as she sat down beside her on the stone bench. The 6 sisters had gone back to the horses, sucking their fingers as they watched the sky.
I'm sorry. About your magic, I mean. I didn't know they would do that to you. I guess you'll be like any other woman now. I guess. Kahlan, Nadine said, I won't lie to you and tell you that I'm sorry that I'm the one who married Richard, but I will tell you that I'll do my best to make him happy. Nadine, you just don't understand, do you? You can be as kind as pudding to him, or you can be as mean as nettles, and it won't make any difference. With the pain he's in, if you do your worst, it would be a bee sting after a beheading.
Nadine giggled uncomfortably.
Well, I know a poultice for a bee sting. Richard will see. I will. You have already promised me that you would be kind to him, Nadine. I appreciate that you will be kind to him. But at the moment, I'm not in the mood to hear the details of just how kind you are going to be. Sure. I understand. Nadine picked at the stone on the bench. Not the way I had my wedding pictured in my head. Me neither. Maybe I can make the rest of it the way I pictured. Her tone had turned cold and vindictive. You've made me to feel a fool for wanting Richard, for thinking I might have him. You've taken the pleasure out of my wedding day, but you won't take the pleasure out of the rest of it. I'm sorry, Nadine, if you think that I have. Now that I have him, I intend to show him how a woman can really please a man. He'll see. He'll see that I can be just as good a woman for him as you. You think I can't, but I can. Nadine leaned close. I'll have Richard's eyes spinning in his head before this night is out. Then we'll see who the better woman is, and how much he misses you. When you're lying there with Richard's brother, listen close, and you'll hear my screams of pleasure, the screams of pleasure Richard gives me. Not you, me. Nadine stormed away to stand with her arms folded in a huff. Kahlan put her face in her hands. The spirits weren't content to destroy her, they had to twist the knife. Kara and the legate returned. It is time, they said as one. Kahlan rose woodenly to stand, waiting to be told what to do next. The legate turned to Kara. This storm is going to break soon. The legate turned to peer up at the blackness. My wives and I must be off this mountain. He gripped Kara's arm. The winds speak to you the same as they speak to me. Can you take them? Yes, it is nearly done. I can finish it, Kara said. The winds will pass the message through me as well as through you. Without further word, he scurried off into the darkness. Kara's strong fingers gripped under Kahlan's arm. Come with me, she said in that icy voice of the winds. Kahlan dug in her heels. Kara, please, I can't. You can and you will, or the chance will pass and the plague will rage on. Kahlan pulled back. No, you don't understand. I can't. I'm having my moon flow. It isn't finished yet. I can't do this, not now. Kara's sinister glare drew close. It will not prevent you from consummating your marriage. You will do this, or all hope of stopping the plague is lost. It is not finished yet. You must do your part in this. Indulge in this. It must be now, tonight. Or would you rather the dying continue unabated? With Nadine on one side of her and Kahlan on the other, Kara led them down the road through the darkness toward the edge of the cliff. Standing in the black night at the edge of the cliff, Kahlan felt numb and lost. She didn't know how long Kara was gone with Nadine, taking her to Richard in the crumbling building to the right. She felt Kara's hand under her arm again. This way, came the icy voice. Kahlan let the woman lead her to the ruins on the left. Kahlan could hardly see a thing. Kara, led by the winds, had no trouble negotiating the halls and rooms in the wreck of a building. They came to a doorway. Kahlan could just make out Drethen's sword standing up against the wall outside. Her fingers rested on its leather-bound hilt. Inside, she could just discern the rectangles where windows once stood. Beyond was the edge of the cliff and the emptiness where the Temple of the Winds had once been. This is your wife, Kara said, with that icy, horrid voice as she spoke into the room. Here is your husband, she said to Kahlan. This marriage must be consummated.
It is now your duty to do so. The winds have requirements. You may ask no more questions. Do not speak. The winds have reasons, and it is not for you to know them, only to obey, if you wish to end the death. As the test narrows, it becomes more intense. You must now lie as husband and wife. If either of you utter so much as one word, the test will end, and the entry into the Temple of the Winds will be denied. There can be no appeal. The stolen magic will rage on, as will the death caused by it. Only after you have fulfilled the requirements of the consummation will the winds come. After the winds come, and you will have no doubt that it has happened, you may then speak to one another, not before. Kara turned Kahlan around and helped her out of her dress and the rest of her things. It wasn't hard for Kahlan not to speak. She had nothing to say. Kahlan felt the black night air on her naked flesh. She glanced down at Dreffin's sword, thinking briefly that when it was over, she could always use it on herself. If not, if he denied her access to it, there was always the cliff. Kara gripped Kahlan by the wrist and led her forward. Forcefully, Kara made her kneel down, and then leaned forward until Kahlan felt the edge of the pallet. Your husband awaits you here. Go to him. Kahlan heard Kara's footsteps fade into the distance. Then she was alone with Dreffin. Chapter 58. As Kahlan felt her way, her hand brushed Dreffin's hairy leg. She moved off to the side to lie down beside him. There was a blanket over straw, or something softer than bare wood anyway. At least it didn't hurt her back, as would have the hard ground. She lay on the pallet, staring up into the blackness with wide eyes. She couldn't see anything other than the vague indication of the windows before them. She made an effort to slow her breathing, although she could do nothing to slow her panicked pulse. This wasn't the worst thing, she told herself. Not the worst thing in the world, not at all. This wasn't rape, exactly. After a time, she felt Dreffin's hand settle on her belly. Kahlan shoved it away as she stifled a cry. She shouldn't have done that, she told herself. What was a hand compared to the plague? How many people in agony with the plague would gladly have traded places with her? Not the worst thing at all, a gentle hand. Dreffin's hand found hers, trying to give it a squeeze of reassurance. She yanked her hand away as if a snake had touched her. She didn't want his reassurance. She had not vowed to hold his hand. She had not vowed to accept his reassurance. She had committed to being his wife, not to holding his hand. She would let him do to her what she must let him do to her, but she didn't have to hold his hand. Kahlan frantically tried to reason with herself. Richard had to get into the Temple of the Winds. The Temple of the Winds demanded this as the price of the path. The spirit of Chandalin's grandfather had warned her that she must not shirk her duty. She remembered his words all too well. I have not been shown the price, but I forewarn you that I do know that there is no way for you to circumvent or avoid it. It must be as it will be revealed to you, or all will be lost. I ask that when the winds show you the path, you take it, lest what I have shown you comes to be. Kahlan remembered the scenes of mass death the spirit had shown her. If she failed to do as the winds asked, what she had been shown would come to pass. She had to let Dreffin do this. Stalling would not make it any easier. This couldn't be easy for Dreffin. Couldn't be easy at all. What with the way she shoved away his attempts at tenderness. That made her angry all over again. She didn't want his tenderness. What did she want? Did she want him to be rough? Of course she had to let him touch her. How could he do this if he didn't touch her? Richard had to get into the Temple of the Winds. She had to let Dreffin do this. Kahlan reached over and took Dreffin's wrist. She put his hand back where he had tried to put it before, on her belly. She let go of his hand. It stayed there. What was he waiting for? She wanted to scream at him to get it over with, to do it and be done, to take what was his brother's by heart, if not by vow. She lay there with Dreffin's hand on her, listening to the dead silence of the night. She realized that she was listening for sounds coming from Nadine and Richard. She shut her eyes. Dreffin's hand moved to her breast.
Fists at her side, she forced herself to remain still. She had to let him. She tried to think of other things. She silently recited rote language lessons of her youth, trying to ignore his hand. But she couldn't. He was being gentle, but that was no consolation. Even his touch was a violation. How gently he did it made no difference, didn't make it right. That he was now her husband made no difference to her. She knew in her heart it was wrong, and that made it a violation. In her mind, she screamed at herself. She was being worse than childish. She was the mother confessor, and had faced much worse than this. Much worse than a man for whom she had no feelings being this close, this intimate. But she was no longer the mother confessor. The temple of the winds, the spirits, had taken that too from her. Kahlan gasped in a breath and held it tight as Dreffen's hand roamed down her belly and finally settled between her legs. She remembered Dreffen doing that to Kara. Now he did it to her. She hated him. She was married to a man she hated. Kara had felt it, the same as Kahlan could feel it now. Kara hadn't been so childish about it. Kara wouldn't be this foolish. Kahlan let Dreffen's hand do what it would. This was to save lives. She had to save all those innocent people from the plague sent by Jagang. Her people couldn't be saved without her. It was her duty. Dreffen suddenly rose up. The dark shape of him hovered over her. His knee pushed gently between her thighs, urging her to open her legs. It would be over soon, she told herself, as he put his other knee between her legs, too. The hulking shape of him lowered over her. He was big as Richard. She feared he was going to crush her, but he didn't. He held himself up on his elbows so he wouldn't hurt her. He was being tender, and she was only making it harder for him. He had to do this, and she had to let him. Kahlan grimaced. She wasn't ready. She held her breath. It was too late not to be ready. Dreffen was there. She bit her lower lip as she winced. She felt as helpless as she had ever felt in her entire life. She was married to Dreffen, not Richard, and Dreffen, not Richard, was having her. Everything was lost. Her eyes squeezed shut. Kahlan pressed her fists to her shoulders as he moved in her. Tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. Her nose stuffed up as she wept silently, and she had to open her mouth to breathe. She wanted to wail in anguish, but she instead had to remind herself to breathe. She couldn't seem to stop holding her breath. It took longer than she had hoped, but not as long as she feared. Finished at last, Dreffen rolled off her onto his back. He had accomplished his task, but he seemed not to have relished it. She was somehow relieved that he hadn't enjoyed it. He lay there, recovering his breath, as she finally let hers out. It was over. She told herself that it hadn't been so bad. It was nothing, really. She hardly felt anything. She had foolishly balked, and here it was, over already. It wasn't so bad as she had feared. It was nothing, really. But it was. She did feel something. She felt defiled. Dreffen reached out, his fingers tenderly, sympathetically brushing a tear from her cheek. She shoved his hand away. She didn't want his sympathy. She didn't want him touching her. She hadn't agreed to him touching her, just to consummating the marriage. His touch wasn't part of it. She remembered being with Richard. She remembered her hot need of him. She remembered the wild passion. She remembered her screams of sheer pleasure. Why was this so different? Because she didn't love Dreffen, that was why. In fact, she was beginning to realize that she loathed him. There was something about him that she didn't like, and it was more than just the memory of his hand on Kara. There was something deceptive about him, something devious. She hadn't consciously realized it before, but she could see guile in his blue eyes. Kahlan wondered why she would think that. He had just consummated their marriage, and he had been as gentle as he possibly could be while still doing it. He could easily have done anything he wanted. Her power was locked away. She couldn't stop him. Yet he had tried to be sympathetic, understanding. Still, it seemed a wonder to her that it could be so different from when she had been with Richard. She would give anything almost to have that pleasure again. She longed for that fulfillment, that satisfaction, the sating of lust. Dreffen's breathing evened out after a time. Kahlan lay there in the darkness beside him, beside her new husband, waiting. Why hadn't the Temple of the Winds come? She had done her part.
Maybe Richard hadn't. Kahlan wondered if he could. After all, she had only to lie there. Richard had to be aroused. How could he be aroused over there knowing that his brother was over here, having his way with the woman Richard loved? Kahlan had seen the look in Richard's eyes, the look of wild jealousy at the mere mention of what Chota said, that Kahlan would marry another. Kahlan had never seen such a look in his eyes before, and at the time there hadn't really been a reason for it. Now there was. No, Nadine would see to it that Richard did what he needed to do. If there was one thing Kahlan had confidence in, it was Nadine's desire to consummate that marriage. Nadine was a beautiful woman. She was more than enthusiastic. How could Richard not be aroused? He knew he had to do it. He would have no reason to try to resist her urging. Maybe Richard was thinking of it as revenge against his brother Michael for taking Nadine. Perhaps that was how he would get through it. Kahlan knew that Nadine was having the time of her life. This was Nadine's dream. This was Kahlan's nightmare. The dark sky she could just perceive out the window seemed to boil as it had all day and all night. The air remained dead still and sticky. The storm wouldn't break. It threatened, but it would not come. Kahlan laid her wrist over her forehead as she rested, waiting. Her legs hurt, and she realized that it was because she was pressing her knees together. She let her legs relax. Dreffin had done his duty. He was finished. It was over. She could relax. Kahlan shut her eyes when she heard Nadine's distant laughter drifting through the night air. The woman was as good as her word. Did Richard have to make her laugh? Couldn't he just do his duty? No, Richard would not make Nadine laugh. Nadine laughed for Kahlan's benefit. The night dragged on endlessly. Where was the Temple of the Winds? Dreffin made no attempt to touch her again, and she was thankful for that. He lay there on his back, waiting with her. Each hour that passed brought no change. From time to time, Kahlan drifted off to sleep. Nadine's throaty laughter brought her awake with a jolt. Kahlan wanted to slap Richard. How long was he going to make this go on? He could have had Nadine 3 times by now. Maybe he had. Maybe when the Temple of the Winds didn't come, he kept trying. Nadine would like that. Kahlan felt her cheeks burning. Dreffin was silent as he lay beside her. The winds had said that they couldn't talk. She guessed that Nadine's laughter didn't count. She used no words. Her laughter carried message enough. Kahlan sighed. Sooner or later, the winds would come. They had all done as required. Had she, though? What was it Kara had said? You must do your part in this, indulge in this. Dreffin had indulged. He had been satisfied. Nadine certainly was indulging. Richard must have. Kahlan hadn't. She hadn't indulged. She dismissed the idea. It had to be something else. Maybe the winds were just waiting for Nadine to finally have enough. That would fit the way the Temple of the Winds had done everything else, twisting the pain for Richard and Kahlan, making them suffer. As the night dragged on and recollecting Kara's words about indulging, Kahlan thought again about the time she had been with Richard in that place between worlds. She had felt the kind of pleasure that other woman felt, the indulgence not only in love but in lust. Kahlan had been so frustrated lately, waiting to be with Richard, waiting for that closeness again, waiting to be married to him so they could be together as husband and wife, waiting for that satisfaction again. It was so near. She had been so close, so ready, and then it all fell apart, leaving her hopes dashed and needs unfulfilled. Now, for the first time, she was free of her confessor's power, free to take pleasure from a man, not for love, but for the sheer indulgence of pleasure. She was free to enjoy what other women enjoyed. Here she was, lying next to her husband, and not an unattractive man at all, and she was feeling frustration for the need of Richard. Was she to live the rest of her life being denied a simple pleasure of life that she was now free to indulge? But she didn't love Dreffin. Without love, the passion was empty. Still, it was passion, and if not ideal, at least she could have that much satisfaction. The spirits had taken everything else from her. They had taken Richard, the only thing she really wanted out of life. Would she let them take simple pleasure, too? What else had she now? This was her husband. She was condemned to live the rest of her life with him. Must it be without at least some small release of pent-up need? Wasn't she entitled to at least that much after all she had sacrificed? They had taken everything else from her. Her only love in life, her confessor's power. You must do your part in this, indulge in this. What if that was why the winds hadn't come? What if it was because she hadn't indulged? Dreffin rolled over on his stomach and sighed. He was frustrated by the weight, too. Or maybe he was tending to his auras. She thought about Dreffin's tight trousers and the way she caught herself looking. Dreffin was a handsome man. He was built like Richard. Dreffin was her husband. Her anger at the spirits for taking everything from her was what finally made something inside her snap. This was all she had. She was entitled to this much. To release. When her hand touched Dreffin's back, he jumped. Kahlan smoothed her hand across the muscles of his back, and he settled. She let herself feel his muscles, as she used to feel Richard's muscles, feel his shape. She took a deep breath, and she let herself go. Kahlan's hand moved down Dreffin's back. She gritted her teeth as she gripped his buttocks. They were as tight as they looked in his trousers. She was lucky, she guessed. The spirits could have insisted that she marry a repulsive man. Instead, they had insisted that she marry Dreffin, and he was far from repulsive. He wasn't as handsome as Richard. No one was as handsome to her as Richard. But women were always fawning over Dreffin. Now he was her husband. He had pledged to be loyal to her. She had pledged to be loyal to him. This was the only pleasure she was to be allowed. This was all the spirits had left her. At least she could have this much. Have what she was entitled to. Kahlan seized Dreffin's hip and rolled him over toward her. She hooked her leg over his and let her hand roam over his chest. Dreffin didn't react. Maybe he was surprised by her change of behavior. Maybe he was confused. She would have to unconfuse him. She gently pinched one of his nipples, then let her hand slide across his flat stomach and down. Kahlan found that Dreffin was in no condition to do her any good. If she wanted to have her pleasure, she would have to change that. She kissed his chest. She trailed wet kisses down his stomach. His breathing seemed slow. Kahlan felt frustrated anger that he wasn't taking the hint. She was tired of being frustrated, while everyone else wasn't. She decided that if she wanted to have satisfaction, it was up to her to see to it that she got what she wanted. No one would give it to her. She would have to take it. Kahlan let her tongue, her kisses, glide the rest of the way down Dreffin's taut belly. When she took him in her mouth, she tasted her own blood. She forced herself to ignore the taste as she urged him to react. At first she thought he wasn't going to, but when she lost herself in the erotic nature of what she was doing, he finally did. He came back as strong as before. By the time Dreffin was fully ready, Kahlan was panting with need. Once she had decided to have her pleasure, she became insistent. Dreffin was her husband now. It was his duty to fulfill her needs, too, not just his own. Kahlan's head was spinning with the want of release. That it was Dreffin no longer mattered. In her mind, she imagined it was Richard. At that thought, she moaned with longing and climbed atop him, straddling his hips. This time she was ready to accept him. This time she wanted him. She shut it out of her mind that this was Dreffin and imagined it was Richard. Since she couldn't see Dreffin's blue eyes, it wasn't hard to envision it was Richard instead. She remembered the things she did with Richard and did those things. She relived that experience in her imagination. Her mouth gaped. She gasped for air. Sweat ran down her body as she moved atop him, writhing forcefully against him. Dreffin was panting now, too. She needed to have release from all the frustration that had built up for so long, all the times she had kissed Richard and wanted to do more, all the times he had touched her and she had wanted him to do more. Now he was. Kahlan leaned forward to kiss him. Dreffin turned his face away. She scooped her arm under his head and held him to her chest instead. His face felt hot against her breasts. The roughness of his unshaved face excited her as she slid her sweaty flesh against him. It made her pant all the more. She was just about to scream at him to put his hands on her when she remembered that she wasn't allowed to utter so much as a word.
She seized his wrist and put first one hand where she wanted it and then the other to hold her bottom while she moved, so she could imagine it was Richard holding her again, needing her. She wanted to feel him gripping her in his big hands while she moved. For the first time since she had last been with Richard, she felt wild pleasure, wild lust, a wild, desperate need. That it was with Dreffin no longer mattered to her. She wanted only release. It came with stunning, ridged shivers. Her sharp moan shook her shoulders. Her legs stiffened to stone. Her toes clawed. She slammed herself down on him as the wanton fulfillment of lust inundated her. She gave herself over to it completely, and with helpless, unbridled abandon let it run free. She gasped sharply again, the cry following in the echoing wake of the first. It seemed that it lasted an eternity, as if it was almost too much to endure. With a final convulsion, it subsided. At last it was over. For one twisting moment, she had been free. There was no plague, no people dying, no responsibility, no duty, no marriage to Dreffin, no Nadine. For that one moment, she had been free of it all, and she had been immersed in gratification. For that one moment, her heart and her lust had been with Richard again. Kahlan collapsed to the side of Dreffin, panting, getting her wind back, pushing her wet hair back off her face. It occurred to her that he hadn't reached any satisfaction this second time. She didn't care. She had. At the moment, that was all that mattered. Sweet release. For a wonderful moment, she had been free of everything, and had been with her love, if only in her imagination. Kahlan realized that she was weeping with the joy of it. She lay on her side, turned away from Dreffin as she recovered. She wiped the tears of pleasure from her face. In the absence of need, she unexpectedly began to feel ashamed. Dear spirits, what had she just done? She had enjoyed herself, that was all. She had needed the release. Then why did she suddenly feel so dirty? Distant thunder rumbled toward them. A hint of embedded lightning flickered in the sky. Kahlan looked up out the windows. Another flash, closer, ripped through the insides of the roiling clouds, briefly lighting the mountaintop. From the other building, Kahlan heard a long scream from Nadine. Kahlan blocked it from her mind. As much as Nadine's scream rankled Kahlan, it at least didn't leave her as frustrated as it had before. 3 more screams came from Nadine. Short, piercing, urgent. Kahlan pressed her hands to her ears. Nadine had made her point. Couldn't she just let it be now? The wind came up abruptly, as if a great huge door had opened. The blast of air hit like an avalanche. The building shuddered. The entire mountain quaked. Kahlan propped herself up on her elbows, peering out the windows. Distant lightning flickered through the turbulent clouds. Thunder rumbled, reverberating through the mountains. Each strike came a little closer. The Temple of the Winds was coming. There was no doubt in her mind. That took her thoughts back to Richard, because it was coming for him. She felt sudden shame. How could she so easily lose track of her heart? How could she find such pleasure from another man? What was she thinking? She had never felt so dirty in her whole life as she suddenly did now. With Richard, she had felt wonderful afterward. Now she was feeling worse by the moment. If Richard ever found out, he would never understand. Richard would never know. There was no way for him to find out, unless Dreffin told him. Her heart pounded. She thought about the guile she thought she had seen in Dreffin's eyes. No, he wouldn't tell Richard. But what if he did? With a sudden close strike of lightning, Kahlan sat up straight. She saw something out the window, a structure. As the winds had said, there was no doubt. She could talk now. She spun back to Dreffin. She had to secure his silence in this before they left this place. If Richard ever found out. The wind lashed at the mountaintop. The thunder boomed.